How's it going, everyone? And welcome to a running pretty late episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Ari still.
And Volacel and Fern, he had to bow out in a hurry just before the show because apparently someone in his neck of the woods was a retard and decided that they were going to go driving around in uncivilized space Australia, or all of Australia, depending on your point of view, without a spare tire. So now he needs to go and drag him out of there.
Yep.
So yeah, he said he hopes that he'll be back before the end of the show, but we've got no way of knowing that. What he's going to into out there in the Australian outback.
Yeah. Not
I mean,
not not
he
holding my
might,
breath on
might
that
not
one.
he might not technically be going into the outback, but everywhere in the Australia is outback. So, but yes, we are still here. A man down, as has become the usual lately. To bring you the latest news and games commentary from the week, such as it was. If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in Discord, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. So, today me and Vol are just gonna kind of derp around in Genshin. I'm not sure either of us have a whole lot of week, or at least certainly not variety in what we've done this week.
No, it's been a bit of a. There's been a week. I'm still sort of. I have this vision in my mind of a week where everything doesn't suck horribly, but I have yet to encounter this mythical week where things don't go terribly wrong at work.
You know what would happen, right? You would get that mythical week, 2 or 3 weeks in a row, and by the end of that third week, you'd be wanting it to be busy again because it'd be driving me nuts. It'd be too calm now.
I I don't know. I don't know if that would be the case. I would be quite happy with that. I'm by nature I'm an incredibly lazy person. I only work hard out of necessity. Always want to slack around. But, I don't know. I haven't had time to really feel what being lazy feels like because essentially I spend half of my weekend every week just asleep, trying to catch up on the exhaustion of the week that's been. So I'm not really getting as much free time as I expect that I should.
Yeah. So we're gonna be making horrible mistakes by fighting Red and Shogun live on show.
What could possibly go wrong? Ouch, that, apparently.
So yeah,
Let's
this is
see.
you unlocked this fight last week, right? You went on the dates and
Yes. So that seems to be a kind of an Inazuma thing. Um, the only method you have for interacting with people is the date. Like, I don't know, like whether they were feeling really lonely because COVID was happening, or if they were on a visual novel kick, or what. But it really seems like they had just decided, okay, dates are where it's at. Everything is going to be about dates now. Enjoy.
yeah. So you got to finally see what Raiden Shogun's deal was, as much as that's possible, in the limited time they got. But do you kind of see what I mean by they tried, but it's a little too late?
Yeah, well, the thing is, and I don't know, to me, it felt like this was transparently meant to be part of the main story. Like it,
Yeah,
it was not in any way. It did not make any in any way make sentence. It make sense for like the weirdly whimsical date format that they decided to stick it in for some reason. But I
yeah,
just couldn't work out what like. I couldn't work out a way in which that could have been the original intention. That they could have actually wanted to structure it like that. That didn't seem legit at all to me.
you got to jump to dodge these.
No, you don't.
You don't?
No, you can just spot dodge every single one.
Oh,
That's why I have the achievement for doing this perfectly because it's so easy.
Oh, I thought you had to jump them. Because
No, you don't. In fact, jumping is much harder because you aren't moving if you do that.
yeah,
Well,
I got the Chivo for jumping them by jumping them eventually after many weeks of doing this fight the first few times. Okay, you should be out of your food, kitty.
I need to heal. I've got 382 hit points.
You should be going into burn phase. Dang it! There we go. Yeah, so I actually like this fight a lot. Base damage, yo.
I don't like this fight. I think the fight is great, and I enjoy the mechanics of it. I think it's very well put together, much better than most of the fights in this game. The problem is that I'm a Catalyst main, and this fight hates Catalyst mains with a passion. Now, we didn't see it deploy, I don't think, unless you solved it real quickly, which is also possible because of the amount of AoE flying around. But she has the attack where essentially she can kill any non-shielded character in one shot if you let the attack go off and don't kill the little thing that you're supposed to kill. The
Yeah,
problem is, if she decides to go into that attack, because I mean, she only uses it in certain stances, because she has multiple stances that she can be in at the start of the fight and will alternate every time she shifts phase. But if she goes into that and she's standing too close to it, you simply can't break it with a Catalyst user because your shots auto target the nearest thing. And if she, with her fatter hitbox, is near it, she will always get targeted instead. And you simply won't be able to do enough damage to bring it down before you explode. And
oh,
so when I did this, I had to res over and over and over because almost every time that phase came up, she'd be standing too close and I would get wrecked.
oh, the
It was just a
yeah,
really, really unpleasant side effect of Catalyst auto targeting.
yeah. You fed me enough ammo that I think we were able to bust into phase two, where she only has her AoE rotation loop that she goes through. Seems to be range dependent, which part of the loop she does or doesn't do. She may skip parts of it, but she has a very fixed number of relatively simple abilities in that phase.
Yeah, like I spent when I cleared it, I did most of the time when I got to that phase because it took me like half an hour's worth of fighting to kill her, and the reason was that my team was solo Barbara for most of the fight
Level that barb.
because I would do my 2-figure damage using Barbara for most of the fight, and then when she went into burn phase, I would res Ningguang, unload on her, and then die as soon as she used that ability, which you have got to kill the thing before it goes off.
Yeah,
Because I couldn't afford for Barbara to die, so I had to try every time. And then I would go back to Barbara, and Barbara would just keep herself healed and dodge all the things and wait for burn phase again. Not the most efficient way of fighting, but unfortunately, as a Catalyst user, it's very, very hard to do. If I spent a lot of time with the fight, I would probably learn the fight well enough that I could bait her in such a position where she's less likely to make it impossible for me to kill the damn thing. But like if she conjures it, even if she conjures it away from her, if it's on the far side of her, and you are so if she is on the far side of her from where you are, and you have to run past her to get it, you're going to have to spend too much time running, and it'll be impossible that way as well. Because you have to be it has to be the closest thing, and Catalyst animations are slow to make up for the fact that they are ranged auto targeting ones.
if you are you talking about the little whoops the little bobble thing that she puts on the ground? You need a bop to put a shield up, or
Yeah,
the okay?
yeah, that thing.
Yeah, you actually the one that accidentally killed it that fight.
I see.
uh, yeah, you made the shield appear when we got in it, and we're sitting there. Oh no, Barbara.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the shield one. I'm not talking about the shield one.
Oh, the one that you got to remove to stop make a safe section from the AOE.
Yeah, because that one, if you have a fully stacked shield and geo resonance, you can survive getting hit by it. It's not impossible, but it's also not safe to use that as your your surefire strategy at all. Can he like stop standing on the crystals? That would be great, or you could just vacuum them all away.
I'll just make them all explode on him. That'll work.
Come on, lock it.
Rings. I got a ring
Yes, I
and
got to lock it.
I got a
I got a
locket.
tail and a ring and a locket.
I got a ring and a locket. I'll take it.
Take what I can get.
Speaking of other problem bosses that you discovered this week, go to that one. I hate this boss. This is the closest I come to just. If there's a boss that I skip every week, or consider skipping every week, is this one.
What are we talking about?
The stupid Rocky Boy under the ground.
Oh. Oh.
He's water and ice this week.
Oh.
So guess what,
Do we
Barbara?
have to?
I think the visual representation for the audience when we're explaining this will be helpful.
Well, I mean, eventually, I actually need some healing. Eventually, we should have like if we continue when Fern gets back and we continue our grand quest for the Hell Beast meta. Eventually, we will all have built Yayas and we can use Yaya instead of Barbara to heal in certain situations.
Yeah. So this boss was complained about on release and is complained about to this day for good effing reason. He is a very long fight with a huge chunky health bar. For us, we had the additional problem of he's super geo resistant, but geo is practically required to survive the fight.
I have never fought this guy for realsies.
And basically, my strat with him is either Barbara kills him very slowly, or I just pull out res food.
I've only done the story mode fight, which is just the first half of his phase 1.
So the way this guy works, if at all possible, and it's not always possible, you want to attempt to not be to his sides, because those attacks are 100% undodgeable. Like I'm never successfully dodged a side attack. If you get
stealing all the crystals,
my emo, oh, that's okay. Yeah, that's the other problem with this boss is he requires geo characters so you don't get a dot put on you when he puts his elements on you, or puts his elements on. However, the crystals spawn under his nuts, and this guy is as big as a house.
but his nuts are large.
So like, yeah, there's a crystal under there. Oh, they're to the side now. Maybe I can get him. There we go. He's vacuum. But yeah, they're just gonna hang out underneath him, and then he has this attack, which is just BS, where he does a
face change attack.
yeah. There's nothing you can do to avoid that damage, as far as I can tell. Oh, you're stuck in cutscene land, but I'll heal you with Barb. And he does not lose his geo resistance when he goes into this phase. I'm still doing 17,000 damage per shot. Got a crit that time. Oh, going vulnerable because he's about to tail flat me. All I can do. Pop my stupid thing. Oh, here he goes. Running.
No, I got caught and hit stun on underneath a bauble.
Ah. Yeah, he's just a terrible fight. Like, not because he's
it's that all of his mechanics are just designed to make it difficult to play the game rather than because there's a some challenging method to avoid them.
Yeah, like with the Raiden Shogun fight we just did. Over the course of weeks, you will eventually learn the boss's patterns and telegraphs, and it may be a little rough for you getting through it, but you can get through it. Oh, I just lost Navia. Trying to switch to Barbara, but things are not going very well. Tried very hard to switch to Barbara. I was to his side, so Barbara got whopped. But she's Barbara, so it's okay. Except for the part where she's now getting Navia killed. Yeah, and it's even worse with one person in this fight especially. having two people helps more than you realize with this boss, just because his freaking
Well,
aggro
you've got
table,
one person now.
is split. So one person can actually sit there and do damage without having to worry about his stupid bullcrap.
He's only got like an eighth of his health left. He'll be fine.
Hopefully, we don't get down to the Barber Fix-It meta going on here. But yeah.
Will take a long time, but the Barbara Fix-It meta usually works in the end.
Oh no.
Like, if you play Barbara semi-competently, she will kill anything that isn't on a timer.
Eventually.
Eventually.
Oh, there's many Hydra bubbles, Barbara. Oh, we're in trouble. Oh, Barbara. Those cannons hit. There we go. Yeah. It's he's just a pain. He's just a pain in the butt. Like my usual strat involves just Navi's gonna die at least once. Like that's just gonna be how it be. Ooh, I got a drink catalyst. Like that.
I got 3 Blood Jade branches and no catalysts. I don't even know who uses this guy's stuff.
I don't either, but while we got 2 people to actually do him, figure we might as well knock him off the list.
Steal health out of your statue. The 7. But yeah, so if this is basically essentially being my week, I did do the the story side quests for Zhongli and for Raiden Shogun. Now Zhongli's was definitely a story side quest. It had the look, the feel, and the structure of a story side quest. It was exactly what one would expect. And you spend a bunch of time hanging out with Zhongli, finding out a little bit of lore about him, stuff they did in the past, and then there's a boss to round it off. Like, there's 100% to expectations. I was not blown away, but I was not disappointed. It was what it was supposed to be. Raiden Shogun's was weird. Raiden Shogun's definitely seemed like these are set pieces that were originally in the main story. Like, I got the distinct feeling, oh, well, the main story of Inazuma was meant to be about Raiden Shogun coming to terms with things and so on and so forth. Like, the sort of the warm and friendly Raiden Shogun that you go on a date with in part 1 of her story, that feels to me like that was always meant to be a side story.
Mm-hmm.
And that the side story was supposed to be about, the political fallout about Raiden Shogun's change of heart. Because it feels very backwards, right? Like, Raiden Shogun goes into town and acts like a country bumpkin, right? That feels like it happens after the second part of the story, where Raiden Shogun has her big change of heart. So, to me, that second part of the story that they made the climax of the story side quest looks to me like it was supposed to be the finale of Inazuma's story. Because realistically, the problems in Inazuma aren't solved by what you do. Like, in the main story, you have your confrontation with Raiden Shogun, but afterwards you just leave, and then that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas this is about, changing the all-powerful imperatrix of Inazuma's attitude towards Inazuma, which is the thing that would have solved the problem that you had to begin with. So, the way it's all structured, the reveals, the whole interplay between the 2 Raiden Shoguns and the puppet Raiden Shogun and her attitude and the sacred secretary, and all of these feel like main plot points to a main story. None of them feel like side story content at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all relegated to a side story. So it seems very much like the Inazuma story proper is just basically a fractured mess that was put together from shards of whatever was ready at the time.
Yeah. Raiden Shogun's story existing, and furthermore, the fact that it locks out so many character stories afterwards and event stories afterwards. Like, you just need to do Raiden Shogun's story quest because the political situation in Inazuma has to change for the Inazuma characters to be able to leave.
And it really does seem like, oh, well, the natural way for the story to end is the opening of Japan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because this is what this is supposed to parallel, I presume. The real world, the real world opening of Japan to the global markets. But that's where the story is supposed to end. But the story doesn't really end at all at the end of the Inazuma campaign. Nothing has really changed. When you finish everything off, everybody is the same as when they started, except the Raiden Shogun had like this one scene where she giggles a little bit. Like, what? So I think that by far is the stupidest thing about the Inazuma story. Is not that they resolve it badly, but they don't resolve it at all. Nothing really has changed, and the the sort of the grand finale, like the whole, the closed time loop and the showdown with the Raiden Shogun and the, multiple sides and attitudes, basically Raiden A fighting her past self in a sense, and the reconciliation with her sister, and all of this is such main story content. It's ridiculous to even think of it as a side story. It has to have always been main story content.
Yeah, it's really really bad with it, and how it puts all this important information about Inazuma inside this side story that you can't do until you've already finished the main story and are like, WTF? And by
But I mean,
that,
by contrast, like the the story with Ayaka and Yoimiya, like that's definitely side story content.
but they force you to do it because it only works if Inazuma ain't open yet, I guess.
It's all very, very confused. It's like they basically gave a bunch of people a bunch of Inazuma related projects and sent them away to work on them, and then just had to assemble whatever pieces they received back in the end.
Yeah, it's the closest example I can think of to work from home syndrome that came up during Koof. Like there was
Yeah,
no,
that could be it. It does sound like a reasonable line of reasoning.
I don't have any proof that's what happened, but that is the feeling I get looking at it. Is that they did not have a project lead going between people's desks and going, okay, how's this going? Oh, we need to work this a bit better to fit here. We need to move this narrative beat over here. No meetings to go. Okay, hey, look, dudes, uh, we know we need to spend some time with the resistance, and a cutaway to black that says you spent weeks with the resistance ain't gonna cut it.
I need like a zillion subas. Can we go do that loop we did the other week?
I'll just run around Inazuma and murder things. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll attempt to remember where they all are. Start at the you're there. There we go.
I don't remember where the Cujo encampment was. What island is that?
The second one.
Right. Step away for a second, BRB.
So yeah. Uh, in general, Inazuma is a hot mess.
Yeah, it's real. It's a real disappointment, but I still don't feel like I can quite leave yet. There's some potential there. Certain things about the geography make it more onerous than it should be. Inkanomiya is weird.
yeah,
Um,
they're trying out zone wide mechanics there. It's not their worst idea they've had, but it's not very well
not a great
implemented.
one.
Yeah, it's introduced too late in the zone, and the fact that you have to run back to the stupid lamp every single time, not super good. But I haven't finished Inkonomiya yet.
Yeah, I don't. That seems like it's very backburnerable. I'm not that enthused about doing it. Um, it's in a lot of ways. I think more than is. It feels like a nice place to explore. I think, like, I don't know. I don't. I don't feel badly about going there and wandering around there. It feels very familiar to some other places I've played and some other games I've played. But yeah, I think that I don't really want to criticize it too much, because to me it feels like a very how do I say? It feels like quite a well fleshed out zone for like just the purposes of exploring for exploring's sake. Like if what you want to do is just have a bit of a wander around and sort of like flex completionist muscles by doing all of the things in a defined area, then it seems like that is a good sort of just a place to do that. Like when you don't really have an objective and you just want to sort of wander about and see some things and do some things.
Hmm.
I think that the puzzle structure is a bit wonky and I'm not really that impressed with it, but as a place to wander around, I feel like it's reasonably designed were it not for the fact that it's very Inazuma in the sense that there's islands and big gaps between everything. But yeah, I'm not badly disposed of it to it, but it doesn't feel like something that's very important to do. Uh, I'm pretty sure that I'll be just fine if I don't do it for a long, long time. But it doesn't seem to be very important to the story, so it's probably not going to age very, very fast either. Like it's still going to be the same content if I come back to it. It'll still be just as playable. Um,
And if
and
content does
aesthetically, I
require
think
that you,
it's
yeah,
aesthetically, I think it's quite nice. Like especially if you compare it to the rest of Inazuma, which is basically if Inazuma was a city, it would be a slum sort of thing. Like I am not impressed.
all
But
right, my trees don't zap you when you run by them. That turned them.
Archie's murder me.
This mine are turned
I
off.
haven't, and that's just another thing too. Like there's a lot of stuff I haven't done in Inazuma. There's an island I haven't unlocked. There's just a lot of stuff that I've left unfinished, and that's inevitable to some extent because I'm trying to progress quickly through things. But yeah, since it's not my main game, my progress looks glacial. But given that I'm progressing virtually entirely by means of daily quests, it's about as good as it's going to get. Um, but yeah, I still there's still some things I intend to do in Inazuma. Like I want to finish all of the really major side quests and unlock all the islands at least, so that I have access to the domains and so on and so forth. Because I'm still missing a few of those types of things, and it's sort of hard to progress if you're missing major chunks of access. And turning off those lightning trees would be good as well, because I mean, even if I'm not a huge fan of Inazuma, to some extent you kind of still need to be able to farm things, and there's a lot of farmables behind that giant radiation shield. So
Yeah, being able to turn off the nuclear blast zone. Just that poor Samatro had no HP.
but yeah, I haven't made much progress because every time I think about going in the hole, I just get sad and I lose motivation.
Yeah, it's
It's a giant hole in the ground. I'm just not enthused.
I have the same opinion of the hole that you've got from uh Economia. The only difference is Economy it is not backloggable. Weird bug where it gave me full damage on both of those guys. Hit fire shot. Not supposed to do that, but happens a while. That guy. But yeah. Uh so
So other things for Genshin. I'm standing in the electric water. That's not a great move. Other things for Genshin. So I did the turret side quest, which is a very weird little mini game. Did they give this to the intern to do? I don't know. It was sort of fun for 5 minutes because 5 minutes is basically all it takes. Did
yeah.
you do it?
Was that the Simmer thing in Simmeru? No, I didn't do the thing in Simmeru.
No. Oh, you didn't do the thing in Sumeru. I didn't like the one in Sumeru. The one in Sumeru is it's basically a weird sort of pseudo bullet time kind of thing. It's clearly an experiment. Like to me, this smells like experiment for a potential future character mechanic for a character that is going to be comically OP. So, how do I describe? Okay, so the mechanic is when you're I don't know if I don't remember if it was killing things or doing damage, one or the other. Inside the battles in this event, you will generate energy for a particular special ability that they give your characters, and the characters you use are preset, or it's sort of like that. You get given two characters for each one, and you play those two characters. Um, the mechanic is that you'll generate energy, and then immediately after you use a skill or a burst, you can opt to stop all button inputs. If you just stop all button inputs immediately after hitting it, then it will freeze. Time will freeze. And then you can deploy a special ability by when in the frozen state, these sort of magic balls will appear while you're frozen, and there'll be one somewhere, near your position, and you then maneuver the camera such that your character obstructs your view of this ball, and it will activate an ability that you can trigger that does massive AoE damage.
I see.
And the challenge is basically to see how many times you can trigger this type of thing. It was very strange, but it was easy Primogems, so I did it.
Yeah, I'll talk about more what I was doing with my free time in my week, but I just totally skipped this.
But yeah, it was a very bizarre event. But to me, it sounded like this idea of things that are not on screen because your camera obstructs them is a mechanic they are intending to do for something else, and so they were experimenting with it to see how it played out in practice and whether people hated it or whether people liked it or whether it, would get any prime time.
Or if they could just be experimenting with camera manipulation in general and whether you can use that as a pseudo targeting for new abilities. Like
Yeah, or they could be planning another traversal mechanic. There's a lot of things that they could do with it, but it was clearly technology that they were, dicking about with, and they decided to do the testing of it in the form of an event.
yeah, that's
But
I
yeah,
don't think that's a bad method of parsing public opinion for stuff, but it
yeah,
does make you go, oh dear. I hope they don't mess this one up.
yeah. So I didn't like the event, but I didn't dislike the event. What the main problem with the event is that the entire time I was doing it, I had the distinct feeling of being part of a beta test experiment.
That's
Like, it did not feel like an actual event. It felt like a mechanics test. I was like, oh, there's this thing we want to do, and we want you guys to try it out for us so that we can get a feel for whether it works or not.
and oh, well, by the way, we'll pay you.
Yeah, we'll pay you in Prima Gems for it. I mean, that's a good way to get some testing done. Like, everybody would have participated. And then when it closed, they did a survey asking how did people feel about the way the mechanics executed and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it was very clearly a test of some kind.
Yeah, it's back here.
Yeah, that was it was odd. Now the next event was it was a mini game in Fontaine. It was basically Space Invaders, I guess. Um, you were basically manning a cannon, and you would run back and forth on your little platform, and the line drawn between you and the cannon would be the vector that the cannon would shoot along. So if you run to the left, then it will point the cannon toward the right, and then you fire at basically slimes coming towards you on a platform, and it would load a random element shot into the cannon each time, and you would basically get effects depending on what type of slime you hit with whatever shot you had equipped at that point.
I see.
And it was basically, oh well, you're going to do some challenges, some fixed challenges, and then how long can you survive, with the difficulty increasing steadily over time, type of thing.
I don't know if there's any super guys in here, but we can go looking around. That poor Animo man.
I'm gonna die. Better switch character. But yeah. So it was a novel little event. It did not take very long to do, but it seemed sort of like just another one of their little experiments. What can you do with our assets and engine, type of thing. Um, Maybe it was an intern project. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just something somebody was playing with in their spare time, and they decided, hey, we can make an event out of this. I don't really know, but it wasn't too bad. It was again easy Prima Gems, and I've been a little bit blown away at how generous they've been with Prima Gems in the last like 4 events or so, because it's like twice as much as normal.
Yeah, because when we booted the game back up in December, January, I'd have been as far back as November. This was not the rate of primo gems we were getting.
Yeah, I really think I want to believe more than I really think. I want to believe that this is basically Genshin could never at work. Like they've basically seen that they look really bad because the Star Rail people are also there. And because of that, essentially, oh my goodness, you steal these so fast. I haven't been able to get a single crystal.
Oh, yeah. In addition to the vacuum, I'm sitting on their nuts while you when they drop them, so they I scoop them.
That's why I'm taking so much damage. Because I'm used to always having shields all the time.
You just
So
don't.
anything of the same element, I usually don't dodge the first 2 hits.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, the event was easy Prima Gems. It was a bit fun to play. It wasn't frustrating. It wasn't difficult, but it wasn't frustrating. And it wasn't frustrating, but it was a little bit too easy, but not by much. I think that they could have afforded to make it harder, but any harder and it would have been too hard probably, because the controls are just not. Most of these experiments, the issue is that the controls are not where they need to be to do a challenge prestige level.
Oh, that thing's
Like
effing us.
it doesn't do damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it feels like there should be a prestige level, but I don't think the controls are clean enough that you could do it without just frustrating people. So yeah. The next event. The next event is 100% for casuals who don't like combat, because there's no combat involved at any point. Basically, it is, how do I say? They are trying to soften Rosaria's image, I guess. Although I'm pretty sure that the reason most Rosaria fans are fans of Rosaria is because they like gothic dommy mommies. But
They are the Kafka Black Swan crew.
they are more Kafka and Black Swan than Kafka and Black Swan's fans. After all, she's like a nun in fishnets.
I see.
Mean, and she's incredibly pale and has bags under her eyes. And is grouchy about everything. Yeah, so basically this is a sort of a wealthy, basically an adventurer who has wealthy parents and therefore only became an adventurer for fun type of thing. She loves cats a lot. She's not very good with cats, but she loves cats a lot, and she wants to start a cat shelter for homeless cats, and she somehow managed to Shanghai Rosaria into helping her with this thing. I'm not quite sure how she managed that. But Rosaria hates doing church activities so much that she's like, you know what, it's got to be better than my normal duties. So she ends up helping her out. And basically, all you do, you get called in as, well, Paimon gets called in as the cat whisperer, because apparently Paimon gets on well with cats. And basically you spend your time setting up furniture to meet certain specifications and then petting cats. And that's it, basically. You pet cats. Is petting cats the event. And when you complete the event, you get a piece of furniture that allows you to pet cats at your teapot. And you get an absolute ton of primogems for petting the cats.
I see.
It's like 60 primogems per cat.
Man, you can grab all my sea customers, by the way. I don't leave them for you.
Oh, okay. I finished Yaimiko and I don't have any other characters that can use them, so I've sort of been assuming that you wanted them, but
No, I've restocked Yamiko. I've got enough to get a character started.
yeah, so it's just everything is cats. It's cat petting. The event is cat petting, and eventually other characters from Mondstadt will come and visit, and they will pet the cats also.
I see. Bet Sucrose loves the
So
cats.
the first, well, Sucrose doesn't appear in this one, but the first one to show up is Mona, who is basically weighing up the idea of using a cat as an assistant to write her theses. And then Amber shows up to discuss the weather with cats. And then who's the third one? I think Razor's the next one, who shows up to attempt to communicate with the cats. And then Fischl shows up looking for a secondary familiar. And then who was the last one? Was there another one? I think there was another one. Yeah. So yeah, there's just a few characters show up. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what it's in aid of, but it seems to have been outrageously popular with the community. I guess the community has a lot of cat people in it.
That or they like using primogems.
Well, I mean, people seemed to be more enthusiastic about the furniture piece that allows you to pet cats in your teapot than the primogems. So,
I see.
but yeah, it was a fun little event. There's only like 20 or 30 minutes worth of gameplay in it, but cat petting simulator, yo.
Yeah.
You've got to work out where each cat likes to be petted, and then improve your affinity for this cat. And then there's a giant cat that got to be giant by accidentally eating whopper flower nectar. Apparently.
As you do?
Apparently, yeah. If you're a cat and you drink whopper flower nectar, apparently it grows you to 3 times the size or something. But yeah, so yeah, that was an event, I guess.
Oh.
But yeah, so Genshin has supplied me with a steady set of things to do, despite the fact that I've hardly been playing it. I still have been able to participate in all the events, and so it seems like they're going for lots of mini events for the most part. And I really enjoyed the alchemy one. A lot of people did. I'm hoping that that's the pattern going forward. But none of these feel like the sorts of events that I remember from launch. Where a lot of the
Yeah.
launch events barely differed from Spiral Abyss in their sort of approach.
Combat
The soul,
challenge. The first one
yeah,
took resin. Deliver. Yeah, they clearly are a team that is winging it as they go. And just figuring out what works and what doesn't through trial and error.
yeah. But I've been enjoying the events largely because they're easily apprehended. I think that what they really need to go for though is a more of a Star Rail approach where they've got a blend of different events rather than always skewing to one side or the other. So the events in Star Rail recently have been like they will basically alternate deploying a sort of like a combat gimmicks centric one and a social one that doesn't really require much in the way of mechanical knowledge. Because of the turn-based nature of Star Rail, it's become kind of a bit of a meme that you need to have in order to do the really prestige levels of each event. You kind of need to have an encyclopedic knowledge of game mechanics and have spent an absurd amount of time tuning your characters to exploit those mechanics. But they've managed to get the reward set up so the prestige level feels about right. Like the rewards for prestige levels like the highest levels. Like usually the second difficulty level is the one where your Stellar Jade is located, typically. And this feels about right to me because you still need to have managed to complete the event and sort of like know roughly what you're doing to do the second rank one. But the third and fourth rank ones tend to require really quite in-depth understanding of the mechanics. Like your casual who is just playing it for the story won't be able to do them probably because they'll be using a really trash team that doesn't make any sense, comprised only of their favorite characters. But the rewards for the upper two ranks are typically things that are only useful for people who are tuning characters. Like it'll have some credits and it'll have some this basically the currency you get from salvaging gold tier relics. So there's not a fuse 3 gold tier relics to get a gold tier relic system in Star Rail. Basically, when you salvage, you can basically salvage stuff you don't want. When you salvage purple and down, you tend to get crafting materials. Not crafting materials. You tend to get experience materials, and if you salvage a gold rank one, then you have the option of either getting a big chunk of experience material from it, or materials that you can use to craft another gold of your choice. And if you put self-modeling resin in, which is something that you get mainly from the battle pass, although sometimes you get them from events as well, then you can pick the primary stat in addition to that.
I see.
So basically, it gives you a little bit of control over what you're crafting, and it works a little bit differently to the Genshin system, though it's not necessarily worse or better. But the higher levels in the events, the higher difficulty levels, tend to reward you with the salvage materials for crafting relics. So they're still useful rewards to get, but they're not this type of reward that makes you feel like you're being excluded if you can't get it the way that currency does. Like you generally, if there's like currency being dangled in front of you and you can't get it, you just generally feel bad. Like I feel bad about all the currency that I miss from Pure Fiction and Memories of Chaos and that. There's game modes that are too hard for me. It sort of rustles me that I have to see them disappear on me every time the content cycles because I can't do it. But I'm not quite keen enough to dump a whole bunch of resources into tuning my characters such that I can do it in a hurry. There are people that from launch rushed Memories of Chaos, but it's not a fun way to play, in my opinion, to try and rush teams because you've got to be a meta slave in order to stay at the forefront.
Yeah.
But yeah, generally speaking, I've liked the way they've structured their event because I enjoy using my characters. Like I do feel like in that in the event with the time freezing thing, I understand that they picked particular characters for you, and it was because they wanted to try out those moves and those contexts and that type of thing, and to give it a fair playing field so everybody can participate and so on and so forth. But I do sort of miss using my favorite characters that I've spent lots of time building.
Mm-hmm. Need my
But
parasol gun.
yeah, Star Rail on the other hand basically lets you use whatever characters you want for most of the combat stuff. Occasion usually if they give you fixed characters, they will be an option that you can choose to use if your characters are underleveled or you think that a particular team would be really good for this particular challenge, but you can't quite do it because you're missing a key character or you haven't leveled a key character. Then you can pick the one that they supply, sort of like the NPC pick from FGO. So yeah, that system has worked out quite well. I rather enjoyed the board game that they have you play for the anniversary in Star Rail. I thought that was good fun. Largely because I enjoy the lore and the characters a lot in Star Rail. You tend to spend a lot more time with particular characters, I feel, in Star Rail than you do in Genshin, where a lot of characters they will appear briefly and then disappear again, but you are supposed to act like you know them real well.
Yeah, it's Genshin has a problem where it just kind of it seems to assume you've played every single event
Yeah,
and have
and
done
they
every
don't
single character
archive
story.
them.
Yeah.
There's like in Star Rail, there's like I think like 1 or 2 events that didn't get archived before they started just archiving everything. And I think that the archiving everything is just a much better approach because you lack context. And Ahoyo is pretty notorious for just not really leaving the information available that you need for things. Like there's heaps of stuff that only appears in like flavor text in a very Dark Souls fashion. Like there's a character, and this is sort of a spoiler, so I'm going to be vague about it. There's a character who discusses at length what it's like to be blind because she was born with a inability to see that couldn't be rectified, and she actually has 2 disabilities because she's missing an arm as well. And at no point in the game is the fact that she has no arm brought up by anybody, including her. You can see it if you look very carefully at her character model that her arm is prosthetic. But it turns out that there's an item that discusses her and her lack of an arm in the flavor text.
I see.
And apparently this is just like a MiHoYo thing that they do quite often, where a whole bunch of the information about a particular niche topic is located in weird bits of text that are scattered around the game, and you basically have no way of knowing that they're there.
Yeah, it bothers me that the equivalent of Dark Souls has a guy called Body Video who will sit there and prune over all the flavor text in the game to find the most relevant bits and present it in a coherent fashion to the casual audience. The people, oh, I say the casual audience. There may not be such a thing for Dark Souls,
I
but
don't think that there's a casual audience for Dark Souls that cares about the lore.
yeah, but he'll present it in a easily digestible way, more than having to sit there and manually dig through all the lore. And he does he's so well known within the community as the lore guy that body video jokes are a running gag because of how long his videos are when he has to discuss any topic in the game. But the Genshin equivalent that I found, she's instead of referencing character and item descriptions for everything, she does a little bit, but she focuses more on her own personal speculation about what this means for the future of the lore in Genshin, rather than
I think that that's sort of like that's part of the game format encourages that way of thinking because it's a gacha game with an ongoing story. So it seems like it's invariably going to be the case.
yeah, it's way less concrete than what Body presents, where he goes, okay, this is a possibility, but this is not because of this item and this thing, and he tries to tell it to you like he's telling you a story. Tries to
Well,
weave
there's heaps and heaps of content creators for Genshin who make this type of content. Maybe there are good ones and bad ones. I don't really know. Um, but yeah, like, but this I think this is the sort of an attribute of the game format because everybody knows that once something is in Dark Souls, it's pretty much going to stay as part of the lore, unless they retcon it in a later game. I don't know whether or not they do that, but yeah, like one of the major content creators I watch for Star Rail, most of his analyses are basically tinged with analysis from a economic perspective. It's like from a business perspective, what can we tell about the meta if we're thinking in terms of MiHoYo want to make a ton of money? How would they pair these characters on banners? What types of metas are they more likely to try and instigate? What characters do they think have gotten their day and need to be left fallow for a while in terms of the archetypes that they drive and that sort of thing? Like
into this little
that
nook
sort
island
of
over here.
that sort of prognostication is very, very popular in gacha game communities.
Yeah. Do not know if I've been over on this little island lit. So I am. There's appears to be nothing here but a bit of dragon marrow.
Yeah, I farmed this place for Dragon Marrow when I was looking for some. Because I still haven't done that quest with that annoying kid.
The one that needs like 30 dragon marrow or whatever.
Does he need it though?
He's kind.
Considering how regularly he scams you early on, like, I'm not sure how sympathetic I am.
Yeah. Apparently, when his quest launched and people were trying to level up the character that needed Dragon Marrow, they were hella mad at this kid. I mean, he's already obnoxious, but oh, hello, Mr. Samurai. Where'd you come from?
Wherever he wants.
Crawled out of a hole in the ground. Is this what we've resorted to now, guys? Oh, is that treasure chest I haven't figured out how to open? I think it is. Like the one major treasure chest that's just in plain sight up there that I just have no clue how to open. Up there on that cliff.
I stood in the fire. Bad.
Navia's out of bullets. I need to. And you need fixing, so we're gonna barb.
Barb!
Navia should have again. Big crit bullet, too.
Who uses these prisms anyway?
No idea. But those crazy bitches are a pain in the butt to fight, so if we see one, we might as well murder it. Is there an electro zipper, or do we? Like we gotta glide.
But we're with the resistance. We have to hang out here for 2 weeks doing nothing.
We are hunting
Yeah.
homeless people.
So yeah, Genshin is still being Genshin. There was heaps of news about it over the course of the week that I have not looked at all, because
Yeah.
they did their preview for the next patch that'll be coming on the, what was it, the 24th, something like that.
Did your Jade just track to the Tanuki?
Unfortunately, Jades track to whatever they want, usually unhelpful things.
Like Tanukis.
I have not tested to see if they track to the Tanuki. Let's see. No, Tanuki just disappeared. I don't know where he's gone. Considering what a pain those Tanukis are, you think that they could, I don't know, make them give rewards that were worth anything?
The big crit. Yeah, yeah. Well, Genshin may be getting better at it. It's the real lack of rewards and the lack of ability until recent events started rolling through for you to just accrue primo gems and know you're building towards potential future characters. Really, just kind of put a big old fork in my day-to-day play, where it's like, yeah, I could keep going, but I mean, I've got a functional team, and I can't reasonably build up enough primos until more zones are released to consider building out another one.
Well, don't you need to for Spiral Abyss?
I
I thought
do.
you'd been doing it.
Yeah, I've got the Dendro backup team, and I can do Spiral Abyss. I cannot get
Because
all the
I
stars.
can't even begin to touch it.
I cannot get all the stars in the last floor set, but I can do Spiral Abyss. I do not do it every week because it is or 2 weeks or however long the window runs. A lot of ore over there. But yeah, it's like I have the Dendro backup team, and that's functional as a second team. It's not a great second team, but it works because I cannot for the life of me get any good stats to drop on the Dendro set. It's just it won't drop. Just says no. But uh Navi's
I
got
need
a
Dendro set for our yayas.
oh good great, but we gotta go in that place. It's not a hard domain, it's just I'm so mad at I'm even more mad at that one than I am at Navia's personal set drop domain. Like the one that Sailor built for her. Because while I have not been able to get good stats on Navia's and haven't finished a full set of that for her yet either, I cannot get any. I've got like 2 pieces of Dendro gear that are workable, and they're not good at all. They could easily be replaced with something better.
But I mean, no, you need to, in all sincerity, farm because yeah can use healing gear. So if you unintentionally get healing and HP gear, you can still use it for yeah.
I
You have
see.
to just trick the desire sensor.
Oh, I see. So I just have to go into the Navia's domain with the objective of getting Yao Yao healing gear.
Yeah, or depending, I don't know what Nahida wants. So you could like just do farm for your Nahida gear and it'll make your yeah more powerful, or farm for your yeah and make your Nahida more powerful. Although making our yeah powerful would sort of defeat the point of us playing the triple yeah meta with Fern at level 40 and world level, whatever he is.
Yeah, I kind of want to hold off on our Yao Yao farming until such a time as Fern is in Sumeru. So, about 3 or 4 years, if we're lucky. Oh. I just my Navia is very squish and she took a sword to the face, so we need Barbara to fix it. That's the other thing with building Unga Bunga crit damage. Uh you don't have any defense. So you do a lot of damage, but if you get tapped on the back, you explode.
Yeah, I haven't done any farming for Ningguang since our big original farm for Geoset pieces.
Oh, the one where we did like 10 15 refreshes trying to get gear.
Yeah, I mean the gear that I got from that has served her pretty well. It's not perfect, but it's not terrible either. Like I feel like I've got reasonable stats for a Ningguang because Ningguang's problem is her stats and it's never going to change. I play her because I like playing her, not because she's good. Because she's not. But I feel like my gear is acceptable for her. Gear, I have consistently been trying to farm gear for Fischl and Yamiko, and neither of them have decent gear. I've spent more time farming those than anything else, and it's just garbage I can't use all the time.
Oh, you're
Like
trying to get that
if I
one.
wasn't constantly, I'm getting, oh, what is it called? I don't even remember what it's called. Uh, yeah, my menu. What set is it called?
The skill damage
Golden
one?
Troop.
Yeah.
Um, if I had any characters that could take advantage of HP change, and I wasn't like constantly recycling those pieces because I get hundreds of them, I would probably have great pieces for those characters by now. But I don't have any characters that can use it, so maybe I'll pull on a Farina banner or something. I like Farina; she's cute. Bit of an attention whore, but cute.
Cleaned out this island. Let's go to island number 3. Oh, I need to kill a lot of crap at island number 3. This is where specters are.
I hate specters.
But my Chiori needs them.
My first encounter with specters went so badly; I got absolutely teabagged.
We're out of bullets. So, Barbara.
You're out of bullets because you're playing Barbara. She doesn't have bullets.
When I run out of bullets and we're both at half HP, it's Barbara time.
Barbara really is indispensable.
Yeah, it's almost comical just how useful Barbara is. Like, people say she's not that good and Fischl's the best and of the Mondstadt crew and the original crew. No, it's all Barbara.
No,
Barbara.
people say Bennett's the best.
Okay, I'm not counting Bennett because he's off the table because he's a Nicky boy.
Xiangling.
Oh, the fire. Yeah, but she's often paired with Bennett. So
Well, my point is that launch 4 stars are a kind of buff.
yeah,
Like, I mean, if you compare Fischl to Farazan, which is more useful in more teams. But yeah, Barb is something special. Like, sometimes you need to be healed, and outside of the fish girl. Basically, there's nobody like it.
This thing's a whopper flower. I'll talk to it.
Oof.
That poor guy got juggled between my axe and your lightning doohickeys and your jades. He didn't stand a chance. That poor whopper flower.
Whopper flowers seem to have very, very low poise. Which is a mercy, I suppose.
Goodness knows they have enough obnoxious mechanics and the ability to pop up anywhere. I'm always surprised when I got the bug again. I'm always surprised when a group of conspicuously placed flowers in the world are not whopper flowers. Like you see a bunch of mints or sweet blooms just laying around, you're like, that's an awfully odd configuration. Surely they've got to at least have one whopper flower in there somewhere. And whenever there's not, I'm like, I'm a little disappointed now.
Yeah, I was totally expecting to get knocked for a 6 by a whopper flower poking out of the ground.
I'm looking for the ground rumbly, but there's no ground rumbly. Eels.
Eels! Oh. What are eels for?
There's like 1 or 2 Inazuma recipes. If you're trying to master all the recipes, you need like a bunch of eel meat for. I just popped that thing.
I do like eel a lot, like as food. Like I'm a big fan of eel. We had a creek down the back of my house growing up, and so we used to leave lines out at night, collect eels in the morning.
Yep, sometimes like that, you just need Barbara to fix it.
Well, your Barbara didn't, so I'm dead.
Oh, did your Ningguang get bopped before the heel could go off?
Yes.
See, when you're solo though, and you need Barb to fix it, you're invulnerable if you're pushing the ultimate button. I'm just gonna leave that thing over there. There we go. They're all wet, so your things jump between all of them. Specters. They're as bad as hilts, but there's way fewer of them.
What's this Anemo thing? What's going on there?
One of the specters was a wind specter, I think. Tui over there. Here too. Well, okay. Big crits. Pretty big crit. Barber time. So yeah, Genshin. I don't have a whole lot to say on Genshin because I have not been playing it. I haven't been playing much Hoyover stuff the past few 2 weeks. But yeah, it's going. I'm just really hoping that
well, the new patch is going to land shortly. You'll have all the new story content, the new characters, and presumably new ridiculously OP character.
Yeah, I'm more curious. Even though I don't have the Primo Gems to pull for, I've got like 3,000 Primo Gems. But and like 20 or 30 pity built up. That the what you call it? A lot of Fatui. Barbara. Rid of that shield, Barbara.
Oh wow, that's cool. I thought I'd test that out and let myself get hit. Miko can just ignore that trap because she can just dodge out of it with her skill.
Oh, that's fun.
I did not know that until just now.
Yeah, I'd be happy to keep Genshin on the regular fallback playlist as if they would just keep up the rate of primos they're doing now, so that it's actually, you can actually work towards something. Because that was my big problem when I got to the end of the main story. I'm like, oh no, I can't work towards anything. But, like, there's
You
literally
it seems that like pretty much every week there's like another 300 primos worth of just of easy event stuff to do, and the if not more than that, and coupled with the dailies, you're looking at, if you decide to do the dailies, that is, so you're looking at, like, every 2 or 3 weeks you've got another 10 pull that's just appeared for
yeah.
you. So even if you're just taking that lackadaisical approach, you're still going to be accruing pulls, which is what I found so accessible about Star Rail, is that you have always got that option available to you. I'm gonna heal up while we're nearish to a teleport point.
There's some eels if you want to attempt to yao them.
I'm sure I'll be fine. I can go farm eels later, I presume. I don't master recipes. I ignore recipes until I need to cook something.
I'll just grab them then.
But
Yeah, eels are a pain in the butt because if you get within like 3 feet of them, they slurp.
but yeah.
But Yao will let you go up and just grab them.
Yeah is the yeah meta. The
Electro,
food meta, collection meta, healing meta,
the
damage meta,
radish
Denver
meta,
meta, Hellbeast meta.
all the radish. Oh, this is swimming water.
I'm not going to get into the water until my stamina bar is full.
Okay. Vectors over there.
You and
Spiral,
your Spectre.
spiral around this island towards the big hole, the other big hole. As I got that much damage on him. On here. Got one of them.
What does the gauge do on a Spectre?
I have no idea. It seems to full heal them or make them invulnerable or something whenever it fills up. So I think it's whenever they're hit by their own element, they fill it up. It's obnoxious, whatever
You
it is.
don't want to do that, whereas with the Rift Hounds you do want to do that?
Yeah, on the Rift. Well, yeah, on the Rift Hounds, it doesn't seem like a trade off because they don't seem that much more aggressive once you fill it up. But I think that was the idea behind it. Was you can hit them with their own element to make them weak to it and kill them faster, but because they're really chunky boys. But in practice, they have so much HP that it is a dumb idea to not fill up that gauge because you're going to be there forever.
Yeah, I found that the first time I tried to fight them, which was in a domain, I think. And I tried to fight them with Ningguang, since at the time Ningguang was my only built character. I didn't have anybody else worth a damn. And it took forever to damage them. And I switched to Baidu, who was totally underbuilt, and I was able to womp them. So it's definitely necessary.
Yeah. Oh, there's Jade screen scared me. So yeah. Also, while I'm thinking about it, I have done some noise gate fixes after we heard a clip that Serathis made last week. So if the noise gating is better or worse, let us know on my end. Hopefully, I'm not getting cut off, and hopefully everything's still going. And I should double check all that. It appears to be good so far. Yeah, we're still good and still rolling.
Anyway, like, there's a lot of hype going around. I don't understand any of the memes, which is sort of frustrating to me, which is part of what makes me want to play a bit more Genshin, because there's a apparently they announced a new character that I don't know who they are, and apparently there's a meme going around about the Yu-Gi-Oh guy now being mad about the quality of the new guy's jokes or something. I don't understand any of it. It's just completely impenetrable to me, these memes. So, yeah. And also it's like, well, I have a reasonable amount of Primogems built up for somebody who's not actively hunting treasure chests. But I still don't like. Well, even though Alicino's probably going to be OP because it's a major character release that everybody's hyped for. Uh, I can't bring myself to care enough to actually pull for her because I have zero affinity for the character. I don't really know who she is in any meaningful sense, other than apparently she's tied to Linny and Lynette in some way. But other than that, I don't know anything about her. So even if she's OP, I don't really want to pull for her.
Yeah, she's an odd duck. Um, to say she doesn't have screen time would be a lie, but I feel like she's overhyped because her screen time seems little for the amount of hype that goes around. It's more her position in the universe that people are hyped for.
I presume she's a harbinger. She seems to be positioned like them, and she seems to have a delusion.
Yeah, she's like the Tuies. She's associated with the Tuies. So her role with the Tuies is a little different from your child's in that she doesn't get bodied every 5 seconds. What happened to you, poor guy? I've never blown one. Oh, I had double full ammo. That's what happened. I have an Ingwong.
I am able to generate crystals. Yes. And when they have a lightning shield, it's all crystals all the time. But yeah, so lots of people are hyped for this patch. I don't know. I don't really feel hyped because I'm not caught up. So it is what it is. I'm just waiting for another Zhongli banner so that I can have easy mode myself. Although in the form of durability rather than in the form of being able to one-shot everything like Navia. But yeah, I would like to spend some time catching up, but there's just a lot of space between me and caught up right now. Not every story progresses at the pace that Inazuma does in the second half. So
Yeah, the Simmer story, it has a brisk second half, but it's not Inazuma.
but mushroom people.
That's a side story, thankfully, so you can put the mushroom people on hold forever. And I'm the mushroom people didn't have a bad story, like in general terms. The problem I had with it was the stupid Indian names that I could not remember to save my life. Like, I'm good golly, Miss Molly, awful with names to begin with. Anybody that knows me knows I have to nickname everything. But when everything ends in Ara, Nara, Varna, Ara, Bakara, I cannot keep it straight.
Speaking of you nicknaming everything, isn't it Jefferson's birthday today or something?
Might be.
I thought Americans care about that stuff.
It might be noted in our general calendars if you care, but nobody pays attention. President birthdays, except for Washington's, which I always forget about until it's the day of.
But Jefferson purged the Federalists.
Yeah, you need to
I
do a
thought
better
that makes
job.
him a good guy.
He needed to do a better job. He tried. Good start. Next time we'll do it better.
Don't let anybody tell you purges are bad. But yeah. So yeah, Genshin is Genshin. Not much to say on that because I can't get hype until I'm caught up. I don't know when I'll be caught up. There's a long road ahead. I'm on world level 8 and I have like 3 max level characters tops. So yeah, there's a long road ahead for me. Anyway, Star Rail's in a lull this week because basically not much has happened. That we're in the back end of the Acheron banner, so that means that sort of early middle next week will be the Aventurine banner. So that's going to shake things up on the sustain side, because he basically he seems to me like more or less like a superpowered Jeopard, except without Jeopard's ability to just not die when he gets killed. Like, Jeopard is Shira Emiya's worst enemy because he doesn't die when he is killed. He gets back up again instead, regardless of whether Bailu is in the group. So yeah, I'm sort of champing at the bit for the next part of the story because it was a cliffhanger last time. But
Bird fell in the water
as
again.
far as lol, as far as other watch, why can't I pick this one up? Why can't I pick this one up? Oh, there you go. The aside from that, there's not really much going on for me in that. It is triple drop for Planet Ornaments this week. But being Hoyoverse, it's not actually triple drop this week. It's triple drop for 12 attempts this week, which means 300% the disappointment. Because Planet Ornaments are the worst thing to farm. The worst, the worst, the worst, the worst. I have both Ryan May and Acheron, so that makes Simulated Universe progress a little bit less onerous, but not by a lot, because you still need to, if you haven't maxed out your skill points in your Simulated Universe tree, you can't use consumables inside Simulated Universe, meaning that you're kind of a little bit stuck for technique points. But yeah, Acheron has been a real boon for me as somebody who doesn't have much time to play. Trash fights when exploring are a real bad thing, and Acheron allows you to just slice through that using her technique, which I think is going to, in hindsight, have been exactly as bad as I doomsayed that it would be long term, because basically it means that if you've got Acheron, world combat is no longer necessary in a lot of cases, if not most cases, which basically disables a major mechanic in their pacing of the game. I'm not going to swim out there. I've got like 10% of my bar. I have to wait. So I think it was roundly a terrible error, and I don't know why they did it. But they said they discussed it at length, and that they concluded that it was all right. But in the early stages of the game, so many people will be able to pull for Acheron that I think it's going to end up ruining their ability to pace zones. So we'll have to wait and see how it actually plays out long term, or if they come up with something obnoxious to try and offset that, which I sort of do and don't hope that they accomplish. But yeah. So yeah, I haven't done my farming for the week on Simulated Universe, but I'm not going to have much choice about it. I'll probably farm Frontline Fortress Glamoth, because it seems like the most universal DPS Planet Ornaments, and then if you don't like what you get, you can always recycle them anyway. I tried generating some ornaments for my Jeopard, who I'm currently raising because I don't have a sustain to other than March 7th and Fire Trailblazer. And Fire Trailblazer is a much better bruiser than she is a sustain. She's just not quite enough. Like, if she wasn't a character that everybody had by default, then I would consider her to be radically undertuned, because she just can't quite generate enough sustain to be called a sustain. She makes your team die slowly rather than sustaining. So if you know you're doing a bunch of really short battles, she's excellent, because she doesn't trade off nearly as much damage as other sustains do in order to provide sustaining mechanics. And she's got that hard taunt, which is useful in its own way. But as a solo sustain, she's just not good enough. March 7th is okay, but March 7th is sort of like... Basically, March 7th is best if you purposefully build her to exploit Fuli builds, Remembrance builds, in Simulated Universe. And just freeze all the time. Just freeze all the things. It might be a fun build to do, actually, if you just take like March 7th and like Misha and maybe somebody else to support, maybe Run May, and then just focus on freezing everything.
Make it
that
cold.
Might be fun.
It would work on me. You would get free press turns.
As as far as sustains go, the free options are not great for the most part. Um, People are saying that, well, people were saying that Gallagher would be extremely good, uh, initially when Gallagher had just come out as the new 4-star, but the hype around him died down so fast that I'm not sure whether it was because, well, he's still a 4-star, so the power level is not going to be able to uphold hype the way 5-star power levels can, or whether it turned out that people were actually wrong about his ability to serve as a solo sustain, because a lot of people suspected that he would be able to solo sustain quite well. It seems to me that his sustain model is a little bit on the volatile side. Like, it's not there are a lot of ways it can go wrong, but maybe not. I don't know. I have Gallagher, but I haven't tried him at length. I've even got him at the sort of number of Eidolons that he's that are sort of like optimal without maxing him out. So I've got that option, but I'd rather build up Jeopard since he's got the numbers. Like, my Jeopard's defense is almost as high as my Fire Trailblazer's defense, except that I haven't actually given him a lot of his traces yet, and I haven't given him any relics yet except for Planet Ornaments. So I expect he's going to be hard as nails once he's done, plus shield generation. So yeah, after Serethus talked him up quite a bit for use in Swarm Disaster, I think it's probably going to be a good option for Simulated Universe going forward. Because my current approach to Simulated Universe is just, go Fire Trailblazer, Ryan May, Kafka, Black Swan all the way, and just dot everything on Nihility Path. And in most cases, because you're in exchange for using a very narrowly restricted team that can only do one thing, you get outrageous amounts of damage for it. So that's been working for me so far. I haven't figured out exactly what I'm going to do for Simulated Universe Acheron teams, because Acheron's a hyper carry, and I've never really played hyper carry teams before, so I don't really know how to operate them in Simulated Universe. I presume that you're going to mainly go Hunt Path or something like that, or Erudition once you've unlocked Erudition, since Acheron's basically an alt spam character. But yeah, we'll have to
Use
wait and see how that goes.
Kafka and Dr. Ratio and follow the path of Aha.
Uh,
That's what I do whenever I go in there. It seems to work pretty good.
Dr. Ratio was actually a really, really good idea in hindsight. Like, I was a bit surprised that they were willing to do something as drastic as give out a 5-star. But in practice, it seems like it's a really good idea because, I mean, for one thing, it gave them the opportunity to style on the Genshin team. But more than that, because much like Genshin Impact, the higher levels of rotating, well, that was mean.
That was a 6
I thought
bullet hit that only did 29k. You stupid crab.
because of Star Rail being constructed similarly for rotating content as Genshin, in the sense that you need 2 teams to participate in high level Memory of Chaos, I think, and definitely in Pure Fiction. I'm not sure about Memory of Chaos, but definitely in Pure Fiction. Giving everybody a 5-star carry so that they can have an extra team in addition to whatever team they've currently built is just a masterstroke of accessibility.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm going through in Genshin this period of extreme frustration where it's like, well, I've just barely got 4 characters that can work together to complete content. No, it looks like you don't track the Tanuki. I've just barely got 4 characters that can work together for that type of content. And I'm totally locked out of 2-team content. And I'll remain locked out of 2-team content for the foreseeable future because of the amount of work required to build up a second team.
Yeah, it's just...
And that's just the reality of the situation. And Star Rail totally dodged that. Well, not totally, but nearly dodged that entirely by just giving everybody a really, really strong carry that not only does everybody have access to Dr. Ratio, but going forward, they will have an easier time making money off of Doctor Ratio by releasing supports that strongly favor follow-up attacks and stuff like that.
Yep.
Like if you like, Topaz was really unpopular at launch because she's follow-up centric, but if she has another banner, and I think she almost certainly will be on a banner probably in the cycle following the current one, I think that she's likely to be a lot more popular the second time round because everybody's got Doctor Ratio now, and they'll see the natural sort of follow-up synergy.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll be able to, and if they come up with a harmony character, like a harmony support or a sustain or something that's strong follow-up, like Aventurine uses follow-up mechanics as well to a certain extent, they're going to be able to make money off of their generosity. And that's really where you want to be if you're in the gacha space. You want to be perceived as generous and to make money off that generosity.
Yeah. Also, every follow-up character they add uh, further increases Aha's influence over the universe. Simulated
Yeah, I
universe,
guess
anyway.
that's also a thing. Good old Aha. Aha's sort of like a little bit pertinent to sort of Acheron's story because Acheron seems to be Acheron's a Nihility character, and she seems to be associated with Nihility generally, although the way in which she's associated with Nihility is really unclear, since Ix is sort of generally regarded as being an Aeon that cares so little about everything that he doesn't make emanators. So if Acheron is actually an emanator of Ix, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, the story that I like about Ix is that there were a group of followers of Nanook, the destruction, who wanted to honor Nanook by being the first mortals to kill an Aeon, to destroy an Aeon. And they decided to pick as their target Ix, because they figured, well, Ix is the Aeon of Nihility. He doesn't care about anything, probably won't even bother to try and defend himself. And so they decided they're going after Ix. Now, this is still generally a foolhardy type of thing for immortals to do, but the reason why they had the confidence to do it was because Aha just decided to back them for a lark. It's like, oh, well, these mortals, they're going to try and fight Ix. This is going to be funny. Nobody knows what happened to them in the end, because they just, once they manage to confront Ix, they just disappear from the record. Nobody knows what happened to them. Ix is still around and they're not. So presumably it didn't go well for them. But the only reason they had the guts to try ultimately was because Aha decided to empower them, even though they were servants of Nanook.
Aha is the best of the Aeons. I'm definitely following the Ahas.
Well, you did pull Sparkle.
Yes. For the meme teams. I think Aha heard me. Like, for meme team reasons, I can give it to you.
I'll almost certainly try and pull Sparkle on her rerun, but I had just pulled Rowan May, and I can't just keep pulling supports and nothing else. So
There's some samurais. Big crit on that. Man, I wonder what Navias are like if you can actually get the set to drop and get proper stats on it and gear it up properly. Man, they must blow up everything. And that's a caveat with Hoyoverse games, right? Like, yeah, the character can be busted. It can be absolutely busted. But there's always the can you get the gear for it?
Neverlet doesn't need gear. What are you talking about?
Okay, Nubilet special. Harper, can you make it pop? Barbarine, the other one, because it flew out of Navia's range. Yeah, even Nubilet doesn't even have that problem. Like, with Navi, if something goes too high up, she can't hit it. Nubilet's a catalyst character.
Neverlet OP. Yeah, wow. The Neverlet team consists of Neverlet, so everybody knows that. But yeah. So yeah, Star Rail is sort of like I'm in a position of working on the Gepard at the moment.
Goes to the boss.
And
We
that's
don't need that.
basically all. Which means I'm back to farming EXP in the Golden Calyx. Well, I've just finished leveling him up. I don't know who I'm going to do after Jeopard. It's going to take a long time to get Jeopard to the level that I want him, because there's a lot of Crimson Calyx farming required. I can't do much about these geo things.
Carbon.
I wish it would have stopped targeting it.
Carbon.
But yeah, it's it seems like the farming never ends sometimes on Star Rail, and it's true, the farming does never end. But that's no different from Genshin, except for the fact that if I settle down to farm for an evening on something and use up all of my resin in Star Rail, I'm basically guaranteed to make some kind of measurable progress. Like, I never stop for the evening having accomplished nothing. It's not like
There's a
so
sale I haven't got.
it's pretty common when I'm leveling up a character's like skills or whatever in Genshin that I finish for the night having managed to not even get halfway to the next rank up, which is a very sort of frustrating and stymieing feeling. But that basically doesn't happen in Star Rail. Like, there's still heaps and heaps of grinding to be done, but it doesn't. It's not paced so that you ever feel like you made no progress, which I think is definitely a better way of pacing it.
Oh, could we have just jumped off the other side of that instead of having to go? Dang it. Yeah, it's a thing in Genshin. I am getting very, very frustrated with Hoyoverse mechanics farming, where the drop rates for good artifacts are just so low that calling a character done is very difficult. They have enough characters that they could stand to be a little more forgiving with it. It's really, really frustrating, man. That I would like to get at least Navia to a point where, okay, that one's done. I can put it on the shelf and call it with Navia. But and just keep her around to clear the content and work on my other characters. But it's never done with her. Can't get the gear to drop, and I can barely get Nahida off the ground because I can't get any gear to drop for her at all.
No, that feel. Like, even my best geared characters in Star Rail, like Acheron, have terrible relics. Like, none of my Acheron relics are good. But I just decided to take a different approach with Star Rail, where for the first set of relics for any character, I will just care about primary stat. And, get them up and running, as it were. And then once I have all of the characters that I want to use on my primary teams up and running with a full set of primary stat gold relics max leveled, then I'll start to look at tuning.
Where was it? Where's the yeah my Nahida still has an HP percent primary. It has HP percent primary, flat defense, attack percent, very small amount of elemental mastery, flat HP hourglass.
Flat HP hourglass, huh?
With an HP percent main stat. Completely worthless on Nahida, who wants elemental mastery all day, every day. Nothing up there. Why am I climbing up there?
Yeah, I've got a lot of not useful stats on my Ningguang gear, but I have a lot of good stats as well. Like, I feel like it's a reasonable sort of like my set for Ningguang is sort of like a reasonable 80-20 solution. Like, it's definitely not optimal. It has heaps of wasted stats, but it's good. All the primary stats are decent, and generally speaking, it feels very workable. And any improvement that I made would probably feel pretty incremental. Where are you exactly?
I'm down. I just poked my head up there to see if there was anything. I did not see anything.
Oh, get out of the water. I don't want to drown. I don't want to drown.
Found a samurai. So yeah, um, yeah, I don't have much to add on Genshin or Universe stuff in general. Like, it's well, since we're on the topic of it, I really have moved Hoyoverse stuff to the back burner. Although it's encouraging to see Genshin being more generous because I like Genshin's gameplay style more for casual day to day play than something like Star Rail. RPGs are something I like to sit down and play in chunks and see finished stories for, and that that needs to get a bit of air under its wings just by existing for a while when the way they're releasing it with Star Rail for that
Well,
to
there's
really
quite a
work.
bit of story in Star Rail, but it's not like I would say that Star Rail is definitely in a position where you could say that Trails in the Sky first chapter is done.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're sort of opened and closed that many questions.
Okay. Yeah.
Like you definitely have more questions than you have answers presently, but there are sort of like subplot arcs that have definitely closed, and you've gotten a certain amount of insight and a certain amount of information, and a lot of like overarching meta plot arcs have now been opened, type of thing. Mainly, I feel around March 7th. I'm not sure where they're going to go with the one that's really perplexing to me is I'm not sure where they're going to go with Dunhong, because in the case of Himiko, like Himiko is a major fan favorite character from Honkai Third, and Welt is as well. They really important to the story. Like in Honkai Third, I think Welt was actually her share of reason or something like that. He was very powerful, very important to the plot. It's instrumental, and Himiko was very important, especially to the backstory of Honkai Third, but also emotionally to a lot of the characters involved, like Raiden Mei and Bronya.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but in the case of and in the case of March 7th, like she's clearly going to be a very central character because they give a lot of specifics about her background attention, or rather her lack of specifics get attention. And the development team has straight up said that she's going to get special mechanics similar to the way Trailblazer can change paths.
Huh.
Um, Meaning that they're basically going to make her very central to the plot going forward. The sort of overarching meta plot. But Dunhang, his story more or less seems to finish at the end of Shanzhou Lofu. It doesn't really go anywhere after that.
That's a hole. We don't need to go.
Like it sort of seems to be implied that his predecessor sort of like his predecessor did something incredibly taboo that I don't really understand, because I would actually have to go and read all of the background material that is in all the books that you picked up, I think, to get a good picture of what exactly went on. And even then I might not, because it seems like they want to keep it a little bit mysterious, because it's all about his race's weird rituals and stuff. And so a lot of the sort of the greater power is split between a couple of characters, and but his plot and his history seem to sort of be resolved. Similarly, Blade's history seems to be resolved to a certain extent as well, but he's still a major part of the Stellaron Hunters team. So, um, yeah, but unlike the other, he's sort of unlike the other characters in the Express, because his plot arc seems to be sort of done-ish. So I don't know if they're planning to just backburner him or what, because he's the only character in the game, I think, that has alternates. Because there's Donhung and then there's Imbibitor Lune Donhung, which are basically his two forms. And that basically makes him a done deal, which, and that being a done deal is sort of what I would say, oh, well, this qualifies this as Trails in the Sky first chapter is over. It's like you've been introduced, you've had a bunch of sort of overarching myth arcs introduced, you've got your you've got a central character who has gone through a bunch of stuff. You find out about his history, and he ends up with a resolution of sorts and the ability to look forward to the future and stop being chased by the demons of his past, etc., etc. But nobody else's business has been resolved, and shit continues to go down. So, yeah, I feel like there's a reasonable amount of plot. Now, by and large, according to what I've observed, people hate the plot of Shansho Lofu. I'm not really sure why they resent it so much, though, because, I mean, it's not the best written and it's not the best paced. Like, you aren't going to catch me claiming that it's the best of anything. There are lots of problems with it in various ways. That it's just not. It has the air of an inexpertly constructed story, but the materials are still there, and I still enjoyed it. It still had its moments, and it still had its cool boss fight at the end. There's an awful lot of tell don't show going on, but I feel like they set themselves up for that because all the story takes place in the context of a set of characters who are all functionally immortal, or the shortest lived characters live to about 300 years.
Yeah, it's
So,
excuse with your perspective of stuff.
well, yeah, because everything is just going to be written history to a short life species. It's not going to be, experiential. Like, in character for the long-lived characters, it's not really tell don't show because they experienced it, but they have to try and relate to other characters who can't possibly have lived through that period of history. So they have to tell a whole bunch of stuff. It's like, well, this thing happened like X years ago that you don't know about because you weren't around, but to us, it was like reality. This is how the world is. So yeah, I feel like it's a sort of a necessary conceit, and it doesn't do the writing any favors because it just doesn't play well.
There we go.
But it is necessary for the type of story that they wrote. I'm not getting in there. I'll drown.
The ram to that ore.
You must have the ore.
I always need ore, even if I'm not actively crafting the crap. Still want the ore in the inventory for when I do need it. Oh, we didn't do any damage with gunshots here, so Barbara, you're up.
No damage?
I did like 17k and 21k. Stockpile 6 shots for the next pack and Barbara this guy to death.
Yeah. I'm just rabbiting on about that because I don't have much else in my week.
I wonder that does bring up yeah, that does bring up an interesting thing I've noticed with the Hoyoverse fandom. The English dub is way more accepted in the Hoyoverse community than it seems to be for other typical anime products. I wonder how much of this is a reason they don't like Shinjao Lofu, because I haven't done the story yet, obviously. But Dan Heng is awful. He is the reason I had to turn it off.
I haven't. Number one, he's not on screen for much of Shanjo Lofu until the finale, because when you are heading out there, at the start of the story, it's like, okay, so which of us are going to stay on the Astral Express to guard it, and which of us are going to go and deal with the Stellaron crisis? And Dunhung says, like, I'm not getting off of this train. I'm a wanted criminal on the Shansho Lofu, and I have a lot of bad history there. Leaving the train is a bad idea. I'll just stay put. Everybody good with that? We're good with that? Yeah, okay. And you go about your adventures, and you basically don't hear much from Dunhung except in little bursts until quite late in the piece. So it's not just about him. I think a lot of it is. I think there's a certain amount of it that is there's a lot of exoticism directed toward Japanese culture by Western cultures, but there's basically none anymore devoted towards Chinese culture. Like in the 18th century and 19th century, there definitely was, but 20th century and 21st century, definitely not, because China's made itself into, a totalitarian pseudo-communist state, and is basically a massive geopolitical threat, and people hate them. So it doesn't have the sort of like exoticism that it used to have. So I don't think that there's quite as much cultural purchase for having a massive a massive chunk of Chinese culture inspired stuff all at once when what everybody in the West signed up for was weeb shit.
Hmm. Yeah, you've got a
And
very anime aesthetic, a very, and when you have that aesthetic, you're if you're not playing to the typical uh anime isms and Japanese culture centric things, uh, you have to go do a little bit of extra work to get the people to really invest in it. I think because they're expecting a certain type of thing. This is really hard for me to word correctly. I'm not doing it well at all. But basically, people aren't used to Chinese stuff when they see the Japanese weeaboo image.
yeah, like so I got this a similar impression from whatchamacallit, Leeway. Like people were able to access Mondstadt pretty easily because it was European fantasy and that's globally well accepted. Um, but Leeway, there really seemed to be a deceleration in people's enthusiasm for Genshin when everybody started to hit Leeway compared to Mondstadt.
Hmm.
Um, and the thing is that would under normal circumstances I would expect that to rally when they hit like weeb shit the continent in Inazuma, except that Inazuma was trash.
Yeah,
So yeah, the hypothesis can't really be tested out because of Inazuma being so bad. And I think it's quite likely that at some point in the future Star Rail will visit Izumo, where Acheron is from, or at least what remains of it, because the story seems to imply there's not a lot left. But
I think we've exhausted the island. The island where you gradually turn the lightning off. There.
yeah, so it's a bit of a mystery at this stage exactly what the reason is why. To me, anyway. I mean, I certainly couldn't argue that it was well written, but it's not Inazuma.
Yeah, it's
Although
one.
to hear some people talk, you would think it was. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel like there's a lot of it's it's a because the culture on Shansho Lofu is so alien. I think that they invest themselves a lot in world building and not a lot in like direct linear action packed plot because everything is about sort of like old grudges and taboos that were committed however long ago, not part of the player's experience. You're basically following in the footsteps of a much older tradition and a much older series of events. But yeah, I still liked it, and I like the environments generally. So yeah, and I don't know. Maybe people felt the stages are too labyrinthine, or I don't know. But I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was great. Penacony is better in a lot of ways. I would definitely say that Penacony is structured superior in a variety of ways, although it's a little bit dizzying in its own way because there's a lot of spatial issues with gravity just doing what it feels like when it feels like it.
I'm bringing a friend.
Oh my goodness, this thing keeps putting his shield back up.
My friend's he's stomping.
He be stomping.
He's stomping. He's electrocuting his shield away. That's just standing in the water. That's kind of funny.
But yeah, yeah, I haven't done much in Blue Archive because it's in a beat week of sorts. It's the tail end of Trip Trap Train. I've more or less finished my farming for that event, and just doing it for the dailies because there's heaps of daily blueprint selector tokens, which I am in desperate need of.
Oh,
So
Pictics.
yeah, so going right up to T6. So a big help to my rather anorexic selection of gear. But yeah, I missed the raid yesterday. I forgot to do it, and I'm so rustled because it was Bina, and Bina's easy. Although Bina has become a euphemism for penis in the community, apparently.
As the Blue Archive community do.
Yes,
Blue
the
Archive
archive
community,
community is something special.
it's a lot like the guest book, except
Yeah. Well, the thing is that it's the guest book, except like hyper self-aware, right? So the big thing that happened last week is that Blue Archive the animation launched, and so as an animation goes, it's pretty much standard gacha game animation fare. Like it's not, it's not going to blow anybody away, but I liked it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun, from what I've seen. But the thing is that when something becomes an anime, the tourists show up within hours of the uh the animation launching. People started showing up in the subreddit for Blue Archive, lecturing people about age of consent for cartoon characters.
oh, how many characters are now in lesbians with each other now that the tourists are here?
None, because tourists can't. Well, number one, every character is already assumed to be like in love with Sensei. Like there are some characters that are a little bit less discriminating, but generally speaking, they all hold a candle for Sensei, because that's the type of narrative that it is. But the more importantly, the tourists are unable to withstand the Blue Archive community. Like the sheer density of a program that they attracted simply by showing up. Like it is a community that is extremely aggressive at gatekeeping, and they play up their degeneracy to the maximum amount in order to be as off-putting as possible to tourists. So the tourists came, and by the end of the week, there were none left. I expect that there will be another wave coming through before too long, but as things currently stand, the tourists are gone. They were not able to withstand the degree of thirst exhibited by the Blue Archive fandom, and their sort of unapologetic, unrelenting thirst posting that they do.
They could not handle the posts about the mysterious line.
The mysterious line posts are unspeakably tame compared to the sorts of other stuff that you find on there daily.
I
Like
know, but
the
I can't mention on the show the stuff we would find on there normally.
like the incredibly lengthy thirst posts by the guy who is just like Nagisa's number one fan are unbelievable to behold.
Yeah,
And people actually eagerly anticipate seeing each day him show up on the Nagisa posts to see exactly how is he going to top his level of thirst this time.
you know, when I am on a social section of a community like the guest book and my attempts to purge it, it's like one line a day of making a bad pun. I cannot even fathom people that have the free time to sit there and write out Nagi's thirst posting like that, or the Hu Tao meme.
Like I am a huge fan of Nagisa as well, but I don't think anybody is that big of a fan. But yeah, it's the tourists did show up, and the tourists are continuing to show up in other venues. They got turfed out of the Reddit real fast because the Reddit is basically insufferable to them. Now the Reddit actually has really strict rules about any kind of explicit sexual content, not just in imagery either. Like you can't even say anything lolicon,
Mm-hmm.
you will get banned immediately. But they have still managed to generate this sort of like palpable aura of utter degeneracy without ever actually saying anything explicit. And I'm a little bit in awe of it, really, especially in awe of its effectiveness at driving out people that the community doesn't want, which is why Blue Archive has this reputation as being the only gacha community that has successfully gatekept. But
This is just drawing parallels to the guest book, where there is a guy that will reference a line that Fairy says in some event in Grand Blue. Every single day, he will post this. Childlike or Fairy's childlike body is the post title, and at the tail end of it, it's always Ghost Factory. This
I don't think I want to know what's in the middle.
it's a constant thing in the guest book, and this is why we need more sheep.
Yeah, that's special. Don't really want to know much more about it. But yeah, so the tourism continues apace because, you know, with each new episode. Apparently, and this is just a meme that I've seen going around. I don't know exactly to what extent it's true or in what way it is true, but apparently there's this meme. There seems to be this meme going around that apparently the Arknights fans are rather rustled at the Blue Archive anime, though I'm not really sure why. Like, I thought I didn't play much of Arknights because I'm so bad at tower defense type strategy. But I didn't think the anime was that bad. Like, I felt like it was quite strong musically, probably not as strong as the actual game was, but I tend to give an outsized weighting to the effect of music on a piece of media. Yeah, I thought it was all right. I thought it was all right. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But yeah, the Blue Archive one I felt was quite good. It was a reasonably solid deployment of the story of the beginning of Blue Archive. They make explicit some things in, at least the way it's the dialogue has been translated in the translation that I've seen of it. I don't know Japanese well enough to detect whether the nuance is being reflected correctly in which version, but it seems to be more directly implied in the anime than it is in the game that the General Student Council president managed to find a way to instigate a reset, and that Sensei was the only individual who was going to be able to bridge that gap. Like, the only way that the General Student Council president was able to guarantee her will would continue into the reset was through Sensei, and that this was something that she had set up and sacrificed herself to do.
Yeah.
Well, that all of that sort of stuff, that sort of, you could infer that quite readily from Blue Archive, but it's not explicit. But the translation I've seen for the anime does make it quite explicit, not all the way explicit, but quite explicit. So yeah, it's interesting that they might be looking at adding a little bit of extra clarity to certain story related factors by way of the anime. The anime for most purposes is relatively standard in a lot of ways. You get to see all your favorite characters from Epidos mainly at this point. I don't know how far they're going to go. You see various you mainly only Trinity character you mainly see is Hifumi because she plays a key role in the Abydos plot. But
we gotta have the mass swimsuit brigade at some point. You can't not have that, and
but
she's a core part.
but they do name drop the Eden Treaty early on, which I don't think that they actually did in the original text. Not sure. Maybe they did. But and they skip through the entire intro sequence, so there's no meeting with Rin and the General Student Council. There's no the multi-faction emergency action to try and collar Wakamo. There's no sequence introducing the Shittim chest. All of that stuff has been omitted thus far. Maybe they'll revisit it. But yeah, it just basically starts off with the introduction of the Abydos girls and so forth. And cat nonsense, of course, because Serika is there.
Have the Carol XP. I feel like Carol
Carol
herself is
lives
an
on.
XP of something, but
I don't. I feel like Carol's not so much an XP as sort of like she is an archetype that has been sort of purified.
yeah,
Like where you've got your classic twin-tailed tsundere characters all over the place and so on. You got your cat girl characters and so on. But like Serica is sort of like an XP of Carol. It feels like, but Carol is sort of like a distillation of tsundere archetypes, twin-tail character archetypes. Even though she doesn't have twin tails, unlike Serica, who does, just to make sure that she's got all of the attributes. Um, it seems like that Carol has been designed to have all of these particular attributes all in one place of a particular type of character archetype. And surprisingly, I was actually I found the way that they did Carol quite intriguing by giving her sort of like just a mediocrely crummy life. Like she doesn't have a melodramatic type of backstory like the what's her name? Kureha in Log Horizon has similar like has the bad parents thing and so on, and a lot of conflict with her mother and that sort of stuff like Carol, except that she has a ridiculously melodramatic and abusive home life where she gets sold by her mother as a prostitute and so on. So that's when you take it multiple steps too far. Whereas Carol was just sort of like a generically has a normally crummy life with somewhat bad parents and just can't seem to quite get things to go right for her type of thing, enough to make you sort of sympathize with her without making her seem like a soap opera character.
yeah. It helps that with Carol, they still, despite the serious nature of her role in the main plot of the game and her backstory being not the super happiest thing in the world, they sprinkle in a dash of just, for lack of a better term, aqua, just a little bit, just in her
Well,
facial
the thing is,
reactions.
realistically, all that they're doing is playing up who she is, right? Because ultimately, something that often gets forgotten in these characters is that they're children,
Mm-hmm.
and so they behave like children. And having sort of like reacting in a disproportionate way to things is sort of like an aspect of immaturity. I mean, to be fair, it's one of the hardest aspects of maturity to master, which is to have temperate and appropriate degree of reaction to things. I mean, I overreact to things all the time, and this is an aspect of my immaturity because it's a difficult thing to master to temper one's responses to things. Children have no mastery of it whatsoever.
I'm here to tell you, if you shoved a bug in my mouth like Pecorine did to poor Carol, you'd be lucky to get Carol's response for that from me.
Well, I think Pecorina's a bit special in her own way. But yeah, I don't know. Carol is a good character. Serica is definitely an XP, and in Korea they refer to Serica as Carol with a gun. So yeah, but it's nice to see the anime finally come out, and hopefully they do a good job of it. I would like to see it go forward successfully. Um, I feel like there are a lot of sequences in Blue Archive that would do really well in animation. And there are certainly a lot of places that I hope that they don't take shortcuts. It would be nice to see the whole story get played out over the course of time. I have almost no faith in that because the anime industry doesn't seem to want to ever finish a story for whatever silly reason. But yeah, I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, it's I really enjoyed the Pinecone anime, and these type of gotcha mobile game animes are I'm holding them to that standard, even if they take a different route to constructing their story. Because
I don't know if that's fair because I feel like the most unique one was the Pinecone one. I don't know if you ever get that again, and you certainly don't get it again with UFO Table.
yeah,
Like,
It's
you're asking a lot.
I know. It's just I saw that one as the main gotcha tie-in anime that I really enjoyed, and I know it's probably not going to be replicated, but that's what we're shooting for. That
We
is
weren't even able to keep the game.
I know, but that's Crunchy's fault.
They took it away from.
Yeah, every day I think about booting up something on my phone to go just play. I miss Pinecone. I just enjoyed
I
that world and those characters.
I uninstalled it as soon as they closed it because I couldn't stand it. I didn't want to keep seeing it. I think even as soon as they announced that it was definitely going to end, I uninstalled it.
I was
It would be too frustrating to me.
I still have it on my phone, so I never forget what Crunchy did.
I rely on you to make sure I never forget what Crunchy did.
Like every time I open the games folder on the front of my phone, it's right there at the bottom of the first page. Like like opening that your locket with the dog tags and the picture of your loved ones in it while you're off at war. Never forget what Crunchy took from you. Okay. Yeah, after we bop these dudes, we should definitely take a break.
I need the bathroom anyway. But yeah, it's a sad turn of events. Always going to be a sad turn of events every time we get reminded about Pinecone. But you know these things come and go, and I have gotten a lot of joy out of Blue Archive, and I probably never would have bothered to try it if Pinecone hadn't been taken away from me. So you know, silver linings and all that.
No, we can't participate in the Pinecone meme community and get more Carol faces. I still use Carol reaction gifs to this day. Like if somebody sends me a text message and there's somebody I'm rather casual with, there's a 8 out of 10 chance if I don't feel like typing a dissertation to them, my response will be a Carol reaction gif. Alrighty, I'm gonna park it on this rock, and
Is that a safe rock?
I hope it's a safe rock. If we come back dead, we'll know. It's not like it's a long run to get back here. There's a point right there. So, okay.
It's just that going AFK and Inazuma has historically resulted in me coming back to find all my characters dead.
Probably. But we will be right back. Here's the break screen, folks. And see you in just a little bit. And we're back. There was no countdown because I clicked the wrong button at first and almost ended the stream, but we're good. So we are live once again, and we were talking about Blue Archive anime.
Yeah. So I haven't really watched many other anime this season. There are a few that I'm sort of semi-interested in, like the next season of Konosuba is out and so on. But I don't know. Anime is just sort of falling off for me right now, and I go through phases like this where I just don't really care because everything has been too generic and samey for too long or whatever. So yeah, it's just expected happening, I guess.
Yeah,
But
I,
yeah,
I
I think I'll leave my week there and give you some time to talk for a bit.
okay. Segueing from your week, I guess. I I have been looking at a lot of the sequels to seasons of stuff that I've already been watching, like Konosuba and Slime Time and stuff coming on this season. But otherwise, it looks like just another anime season where somebody will have to recommend something to me for me to even give it a shot.
Yeah,
And
I haven't really had the motivation to try out anything new.
so that moves us nicely to my one of my two topics for media. Wasn't very much this week that I did. Uh, the because work had me pretty busy. Had a day at a job site this week that was a just total clown show. With They told us to meet at the parking deck at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. That place has 4 parking decks. And so we were standing around trying to get the guy from uh, the contractors that were installing the dumb thing to find us so we could come in and do owner training for the hospital. So he could lead us inside and get us past security. And so we were stuck there for like, it was longer than 30 minutes. It was like 45 minutes. We were sitting there just standing out there in the just about to start raining, damp, hot springtime.
You didn't have a number you could call or anything?
We did, and we were repeatedly calling it, trying to direct him to us. But he apparently didn't know there were 4 parking lots either, despite being on site for more than 3 years. Or 4 parking garages.
I see.
So we eventually got there. That was a total clown show that ate all of Wednesday and backlogged me for the back half of the week, and I did not have as much time at the end as I thought I would, because I just got backed up getting stuck at this job site, and it continued to be a clown show as the training itself went on. So yeah, that was a mess. And then in general this week, well, not the busiest week, still had a lot going on. A whole lot of housekeeping needed doing, stuff like getting the stupid company website fixed. That's been broken forever, so I can start hunting for additional lines. And just general nonsense with customers in the factory. My contact at the factory for parts was away on bereavement. He did not mention this or what he was, who died, but that made things hard, and me having to go to the head of the customer service department since he was not there, and I didn't have any of the contact numbers, and he was much slower to get me a response. So work just was a pain in the butt this week. Let's see. Things finally calmed down Friday when I finally got my inbox mostly whack-a-mole, and I'm now in the hurry up and wait phase with a lot of my emails, at least that were active at the time. But let's see, what else was there? Not a whole lot else going on with work, but I would get home and one of two things would happen. I would be on for a little bit and then go die until it was time to get up for work and do it again. And I'd be on for probably about 3 or 4 hours after work. Or I would die as soon as I got home for about 4 to 5 hours, get up, play some Granblue Rising and with Ibu and really sit down trying to figure out Anila. And then like around 1 or 2, I would die again until it was time to get up to go to work again. So yeah, it was a bit of a mess and very draining week this week. Where even though I had chunks of free time every day, I was so tired every day that it didn't feel like it. So yeah, on the days where I did not play the Grand Blues this week, I went through. I've been going through another Metroidvania just to have something to do with my hands while I do the other thing that I was more interested. The Metroidvania I picked is called The Last Faith. It's a Bloodborne clone, effectively, except in 2D, and it's not very good. Just It's got shoes with how it doles out its weapons. The game heavily favors strength weapons, as in there are no dexterity, intellect or instinct weapons early in the game. They just don't exist. So I decided to go for a dex instinct build, and there are no weapons for that for a very long time. So yeah, the game has a whole lot of other shoes with the way it handles its progression and the way it handles its combat and stat builds, and the raw amount they ask you to farm. Which, for the purposes of having something to do with my hands, while I really wanted to have something on the other monitor that I paid most of my attention to, was fine. Uh, it is not something I will ever give a general recommendation because of just how stupid it is sometimes. So, unfortunately, it doesn't get a recommendation from me. There are much better things in the subgenre if you want to try them, and you will, in general, just have a better time with those. Got your Hollow Knights and your Grimes and your Bloodstains, much better things. Even though its selling point is it still maintains that Bloodborne levels of Souls type challenge. It's not really that difficult. All the boss patterns are fairly simple. They just are very unforgiving. But once you learn them, you're not going to get hit. So it
You know, I
does.
heard somebody say something on a podcast the other day, just while I remember, because I'd forgotten about this. That if you are able to, like, basically that the short version is that even what's his name, Margit or whatever his name is in Elden Ring, is significantly harder than basically any boss in Dark Souls 1, simply because bosses in Dark Souls 1 don't react at all to what you do.
Yeah, and their move pools are generally much more limited as well. So what you have to learn is much smaller.
Because that makes me feel a lot less bad about having trouble with Margit.
Yeah, Margit's
Because
raw.
from my point of view, it was me getting bodied by the first boss.
Yeah, Margit, I would say, is significantly harder than anything early game in Dark Souls 1 or 2, just because in those games, the bosses have very limited reactions to what they can do to the player, to the player's actions. And they also have very few attacks of their own that they can even do to begin with. So once you learn them, which only takes 10 attempts tops if you're still new to the subgenre, got you're not going to get hit, and the boss's challenge at that point's moot. Their damage output proportional to your max HP is way higher, but if they can't hit
But
you at all, it doesn't matter.
that that doesn't matter if the bosses fundamentally don't have the ability to change the target that they're hitting. Like, there are most of the thing that makes Margit hard is the sheer number of moves he has that just track your position, so
Yeah,
you can't dodge them.
yeah,
Like the point at which his final destination is locked in is usually a split second from the end of the move. It's not set when he starts to wind it up. But what the guy was saying was that in most cases in Dark Souls, the target of a move is set at the point that the move begins.
uh, I would not agree with that assessment on quite a few bosses even in the OG Dark Souls, just because they when the tracking happens in those games, there are many bosses that have it, and they are notorious for it. Like things like the Taurus
But
Demon's
that
Axe Slam. This is the
all that
second boss.
means, all that means is that they're the outlier, because virtually every boss in Elden Ring does that.
Yeah. It is something they gravitated towards because they want you to interact with the actual attack instead of just walking in a circle. Um, there are bosses that do not do it, and I'd say it's probably about a 50-50 split of bosses that have move pool that has tracking moves. or heavily relies on tracking moves, and ones that just straight up don't. Like Sif does not track anything he does. He's going to swing his big sword in the direction he's pointing.
Because my experience with Margaret is that he could change on a dime what he was doing to whatever was the least convenient for you at any given point in time. Like in that sense, it felt like a real fight.
Yeah,
Like he's not just doing moves at me. But I felt really bad because it was like, to me, it seemed from my point of view, having not played Dark Souls, that I was such a scrub that I was getting bodied by the first Dark Souls boss.
no, I would agree with the assessment that Market is way harder than your Taurus demons, or he's Capra demons. Uh, but it's probably harder than Vort, the first boss of Dark Souls 3. Um, Definitely not quite as bad as like Dancer. Dancer has a lot more moves that go on for a lot longer. So he's somewhere between an early game and a mid game boss in terms of his just variety and move pool and what you have to learn while fighting the boss.
Well, it wasn't, his variety was never a problem for me with Margaret. It was the sheer number of moves that look almost the same.
Yeah.
Like they're clearly designed to trick you. They're not designed to be different moves with different tells. They're designed to look like each other so that he can decide to pull out something that isn't what you think it is when you're pretty sure that you've got his number.
Yeah. Reaction checks to what he's actually doing versus what it looks like he's doing.
Yeah.
They're big on that
Like
in Elden Ring.
like compared to most action games that I've played, it was very the amount of distinction between tells was very fine because I don't play action games generally. Like the closest thing to an action game that I play generally is Monster Hunter, and monsters have very big dumb tells generally. And Margit was not like that.
Yeah, no, Margit is a and most Elden Ring bosses involve quite a bit of reaction checking, where you need to see what type of move it is. The when you were watching me fight Moog, for instance, I would have to ID if this was the delayed combo midway through the combo and stop myself from dodging too early. So yeah, that's a thing. But yeah, the
What are
last
these husks for Chiori?
yeah, all her skills need the spectral dudes. Every single one of them.
Because I remember seeing a bunch of memes start to go up when Chiori came out of people crying because they were back in Husk Hell.
Yeah, it's they're a pain in the butt. Oh goodness gracious. So yeah, that is the Last Faith. There is literally nothing for me to write home with this one. It is just a colossal pain in the rear. Look at all.
The crystal flies, we didn't have Yaya, so we.
I got 4.
Oh, no wonder I didn't get any.
Power of midgets. They mistook me for Yao Yao briefly until they realized. Saw a green midget and they're like, "Oh, it's Yao Yao. Yao Yao's our friend." Oh no, not. And they all flew away. So yeah, Last Faith, no recommendation at all for the general public. If you're a hardcore fan of the Metroid style subgenre, you can give it a go, but I would wait for a discount. So yeah, and you'll know what you're getting into by that point, so you won't need me to give you a breakdown of it. Not done with it yet. I'll see if it improves. I doubt it will, but hey.
Well, so is the problem with it just that it's unremarkable, or is there some like major flaw that prevents you from enjoying it?
It's just that the boss fights are very very boring. Their moves are very very simple. The exploration is not very interesting. It is limited to come back with air dash and double jump, with no real fun way of interacting with the environment to get to places early or to meaningfully find anything while exploring. Because most of what you find in hidden areas are just consumable items. The game stat scaling on the weapons can mean you just brick yourself in the early game, and unless you're experienced with the subgenre, you're just going to get screwed. Like,
This sounds to me like a laundry list of all the things that I don't like about Metroidvanias.
yeah, this
Like
is
these things that you're talking about are the sorts of things that when I encounter them in Metroidvania type games, and it puts me off the genre as a whole.
yeah. There are some stinkers that just really fall into these traps, and it's
'Cause
usually
these
from
just seem like classic. These are like the greatest hits of Metroidvania sins.
yeah, and it's the game has some good ideas with its stat system. The Bloodborne aesthetic is always a good one. I like seeing it. I wish more games would play into that kind of gothic aesthetic with traditional monsters and stuff, but it just it doesn't do a real good job with its combat, with its exploration, with its boss fights. It's just mediocre to not very good. A lot of
I don't
people really
remember.
like it though for some reason, and I don't know why.
Did you? I don't remember. Did you play that one? What was it? The one with the Spanish Catholic aesthetic?
Blasphemous.
Yeah, that one.
Yes,
Did
I
you
did.
play that one?
I played both of them. Yeah,
Was I don't remember whether it was any good. Whether you said it was any good or not,
it
because I know
was
it got a lot of praise when it came out.
it was overhyped, but it was not bad. It was above mediocre. It was good, but it was not the super greatest of all time like a lot of people were making it out to be. So like many things, it is like that. I did like the combat in both the Blasphemous games. The second game's combat fell off, I think, because they made it too easy. They provided you too many powerful outs to mechanics of the game that it unless you really started homebrewing rules for yourself to just not use half of the mechanics in the game, you were going to find a way to break it. But the first one I thought was really well balanced and a lot of fun. Could have been a bit
And
more forgiving on the runbacks, especially when there's instant spikes everywhere. But other than that, it was really good.
I only really noted the aesthetic, and the music was quite good. The score was quite good.
Yeah, definitely worth giving the first one a look. I think it's if it looks interesting, but I would caution the second one just because of how easy it is after you get your crap put together. And thankfully, I don't recall Blasphemous having any kind of stat system. So when you don't have to worry about bricking a build or anything. It might be there. I play so many of these games, I have trouble remembering what the specifics are of each one.
Yeah, I feel like the market is a little bit glutted with them right now.
Yeah,
Uh, I'm not really sure why seem to be so few credible competitors. Like like nobody wants to break out and become the dominant one. They all just want to get a little piece of the action.
yeah, because they are a
Sort of like the heyday of MMOs period during the mid 2000s, where everybody wanted to release an MMO, but
yeah.
nobody had any ideas.
Because you can get away with something passable with fairly just bog standard gameplay design elements that we've learned just from being alive through the history of game design and seeing this genre, the subgenre, just keep on trucking. But I didn't even need to turn the Matrix on. They all just
The
your lightning got
the
them.
uh, the Yaimiko Nahida Hyperbloom comp seems to be very effective.
It do. Oh, if only I had gear, or if only we had gear.
My
Uh,
Yaimiko has decent gear. Like that's not good. Like the secondary stats are all wrong, but I at least got the primary stats right for the most part.
yeah, I think my hourglass, not my hourglass, my feather is like my only good piece on Nahida, and that's
I
because
just
the
don't know how to
primary
feel
stat
about.
is set.
I just don't know how to feel about Yaimiko as a character. Like I can't decide if I want to simp for her or throttle her.
I think that's the
Every time
intended
she opens
reaction.
her mouth, I want to strangle her, and she never stops being smug for even half a second.
But then you see the reactions to her nonsense with other characters, and you're like, all right, I can get behind that. That's funny.
Like
Oh,
she's like the only sane person in the world, type of thing.
yeah, it's just like she's just there to troll people. Poor Goro.
And I've even had the opportunity to see Gora's story yet.
Poor Goro. So yeah. Uh But yeah, Last Faith, not a good recommendation from me at all. Um, just wait for a sale if you're into the subgenre. If you're not into the subgenre, just give it a hard pass. So, uh, why, Ari, did you have this game that you're not a big fan of as part of your active playtime instead of just dropping it? Well, I needed something to do with my hands because Shadowverse has finished its the story arc I last out on, and I kind of wanted to go through the Gears of Rebellion story arc again because I didn't really remember it and hadn't seen it in a while, and it's supposed to be relevant to the story arc that follows. So Shadowverse was in an awkward spot. Uh, Reveal is a really really tough story to follow because it was so good, and they did okay with the end story, which is a much smaller character focused story, and they tried to keep that theme going with the Lanecrest Magical Academy story, which takes place on another world. Like every major story chapter is another world with only a few of the primary casts popping up throughout the story, and the they tried to keep it set between a professor who comes to the academy to teach uh, two of her eventual students who she has to jump through hoops to recruit into her class to begin with because the headmaster said so, and her little sister who is not in her class but goes to the school, and she is an elf girl who is apparently super duper powerful, but is in the role of teacher because she doesn't want to be a frontline type of person in this universe. She'd much rather just teach people, and they do okay with it. It's not bad, and I enjoyed the story, but it stands next to, or not right next to Reveal, but really close to it, where they just did all the elements of storytelling way better. And Reveal was a much more fun and interesting world than generic Magical Academy. So they're fighting an uphill battle basically, and that's I don't think it ever had a hope to outshine Reveal, and it's hard to judge on its own merits because of how close it is in the story. But it's good. It's worth playing through. It's not a waste of your time or watching like I did because I didn't play through it. Um,
I didn't have so many things competing for my time. I probably would have tried to play at least the story mode of Shadowverse. I probably given it enough time, even I can figure that one out. I
yeah,
have difficulty grasping new CCGs. Once I start learning a CCG, I tend to forget everything I know about every other one I've ever played.
yeah. I would have to re Shadowverse brain, which would take a while. But if I was to really jump back into it, but they do a pretty good job of giving you a selection of pre-constructed starter decks from various points in the game's history in story mode that you can use. And if one doesn't work for a particular boss fight, you can trade it, or you can just use a different one from a little further back in the game's lifespan. And they have about 12 per class that's available. So there's a goodly number, about at least 12 choices, sometimes more if you're allowed to pick your class for every boss in the game that you'll fight in story mode, or every encounter in the game fight in story mode. So
Okay,
they go the
go
FGO
on.
route really quickly in that story, where they start off with trash fights in the CCG story mode, where you'll be camping in New Orleans and Mash will point out skeletons are on the horizon and that they need to be dealt with right now. They rather quickly abandon that for just big highlight boss fights. About
Well,
two,
you still have to fight Wyverns in FGO because they're a meme now.
of course you do. I don't know what
Like
these are used for.
they will now stop and say that when there hasn't been a fight for a while, that there'll usually be somebody else say something like, "All right, everybody with me now, say it together. We've got Wyverns," and then you fight some Wyverns, and then you go back to doing whatever you were doing.
As you do. So so yeah, it's a fairly accessible story. It definitely benefits you to have a few proper decks built for a couple of crafts that, and they're a side games game, so they're, especially during anniversary time, stupidly generous with their handouts.
I mean, it's sort of dependent on me getting baited into downloading the game during a pre-fest or whatever they have that's equivalent to pre-fest.
Yeah, but yeah, Lanecrest is a good story. It's just got a few. Its big issue is it's button heads with Reveal, and it's they
Well, I
just did
mean,
that
like
character thing better.
if you have an Endwalker, eventually you're going to have a story arc that is post Endwalker.
Yeah, and while they had introduced the main antagonist early for the second arc of Shadowverse, and she's been a constant presence throughout Arc One, they killed the they didn't kill the Arc One villain, but they dealt with the Arc One villain and that storyline with Arisa in at the end of Reveal in the big tie-in arc that linked Reveal and Belsar with parts of the main cast. So that storyline got wrapped up there. It was kind of a finale of sorts of the end of season one of uh, of Shadowverse, and just continues to frustrate me that that story is not the one that got animated. No, we got to make some terrible Yu-Gi-Oh spinoff.
Yeah, I don't know why you would do that from a marketing perspective either. I think that they probably just got a marketing consultant who sort of looked at the textbook and said, "Oh well, so Yu-Gi-Oh did this, and Duel Masters did this, and Vanguard did this, and all these other ones did this. So we'll do the same thing."
Yeah, and
I
then
don't I don't feel like they actually thought about, well, what is actually good to get people hyped for the set.
yeah, because the storyline of the Shadowverse TCG gives me the impression of a more well thought out and fleshed out style of Magic the Gathering storytelling they used to do with their sets. If you attached an actual coherent story mode to it, like you have these big unique worlds the characters go to, and they're when they not planeswalk with the help of Ewan, and they meet the new characters in this world, or you just abruptly cut to that world and meet the characters, and the main cast shows up much later, and you learn about the dynamics of that world and how it's all set up and how everything works and stuff interacts on that planet. And
Like the Star Rail.
yeah,
Star
and
Rail story.
yeah, and then you help resolve the core issue. Maybe some characters stay behind on that world. Maybe some stay on the journey, and you just keep trucking along to stop the big bad evil gods that are trying to take over the universe. But it lends itself very well to telling completed story arcs within itself for each story arc that fully resolves its own story while still keeping a myth arc going.
A lot of people feel it's simplistic, but I actually kind of find it refreshing that the main motivation in Star Rail, like from the character's perspective, not necessarily from like Elio Slave of Destiny's perspective, but the main motivation from the character's perspective is simply nothing more than it is moral to do good, so we should do good things. Like that's fundamentally what they're about on the Astral Express. And a lot of people feel, oh, well, that's really trite and simplistic. But well, no, actually, this is the highest calling that you can possibly have. Like you're actually trying to do good because it is good and for no other reason. There is no better motivation to do anything on Earth.
Yeah, and in the Reveal story, Arisa from Shadowverse has that justification for everything she does. She's like, "Oh, I just want to do good things because I want to be a good person, and I'm a former forest ranger, and saving people is what I do." And this comes back to bite her in the butt with in Reveal hard when she shows up in Reveal, because Reveal is not a idealistic world at all. Reveal is horrible. Everything that happens in Reveal is uh, doesn't end well for the populace at large, and it ends with her getting getting screwed bad permanently in the first story arc, and then it gets, but the story doesn't Well, it cliffhangs on that note and makes you think we're going in a more nihilistic direction and saying, no, that's bad. It turns out there's actual deities out there in the universe that think the same way, and they'll just keep looping time over and over again to make sure that eventually that mindset can see its way through, and they'll help facilitate it.
Well, they tackle that same principle similarly in Star Rail, though from a different direction, in the sense that um, that has already happened as far as Star Rail is concerned. Like, Akavili died for his path ultimately. Like he's the Aeon of Trailblaze. He laid down the principles of Trailblaze and the importance of like forming connections between people and doing your utmost to help people out and so on and so forth. Like he did all that and he died. He was killed for it ultimately. And then everybody who has followed in Akavili's footsteps knows Akavili's not around anymore, but they continue to do what Akavili held to be important because they believe that in and of itself it is worth doing. It is, even though the cost is high, even though you can't, naively impose your particular ideals on any given population. Nevertheless, to uphold the principles of the Trailblaze is what's important. It's not about how successful it is or whether or not your ideas are compatible with a given culture, because oftentimes they won't be. But it's about making sure that what you do as a person is to follow the path of Trailblaze, not about how successful you are.
What the heck did you link, Nahida? Those chains are going all over the
Everything.
place.
I didn't even know they could be that long, to be honest.
I didn't know either.
But yeah, I like when one of the things that lots of people like about Japanese media is that they don't feel the need to just teabag lawful good characters for being lawful good.
Yeah. But they will a lot of times they'll go out of their way. They may point out the naivete of the views of some of the younger lawful good characters, like they do with Arisa, because she is a very very young and naive girl in the Shadowverse story. But they go out of their way to make people understand that's not an invalid way of doing things.
But the thing with naivety, though, is that naivety is where you have to start. Like, you can't start with maturity and experience. Nobody does.
Yeah.
You have to fail over and over before you get those things, before you understand how to properly implement your ideals with reality. When you know for a fact that there are going to be people who will not accept your point of view, and that's just the reality of things. Like, things are done in a particular way in a particular culture, and there are some times where, like Saint Boniface, you have to take a hatchet to the tree, but a lot of the time that's not necessary.
Well,
It's a matter of understanding the path that you ought to take in a given circumstance.
but yeah. So yeah, the Lane Crest story is all right. I covered the Inn's story last time as best I could without going into super spoilers. And supposedly the next story arc plays off of the Gears of Rebellion chapter, which happens on the robot planet. And if this means we get more Mono, I'm okay with it. Because Mono's not a character I've talked about a lot in Shadowverse because she's really far back in the story. But Mono is a gem. She is a...
I have no idea who Mono is. You haven't mentioned it before.
Yeah. So she's so far back in the story, I haven't had a whole lot of opportunity to really talk about her as a character. But she is both the strongest and the weakest of the robot girls on Robot Planet, and that she was the prototype for all the villainous robots on Robot Planet. So she has an overclock drive that she can turn on, but every time she turns it on, it causes more and more errors to pop up in her system. So she gets closer and closer to dying every time she uses it. But she also has a lot of just really weird quirks about the way she talks and acts because she was an early prototype for the robots. Like for some reason, her designer decided that. Oops, I stepped in a way gate by accident. Yeah. Uh, Decided to just make everything she says be come out as purple prose and some kind of nonsense pseudo poetry, and she hates this.
Oh, what character does this? There's another character. There's another character. I can't remember who it was. Well, what story it was in, but I remember a character that's just like that. I don't remember what story it was in. The creator just decided that everything that character would do would be in Toonie speak,
Yeah,
and they couldn't help it. It was the only way that they were able to interact with anything was through Toonie speak.
yeah. And so it's kind of like that, except Mono hates it. She everything she says comes off as holier than thou or sarcastic or as a euphemism for something else, and she can't not do it. It's hardwired into her, and it drives her nuts. So of course they pair her with the bloodthirsty vampire from Arc One as her buddy throughout the arc, who just wants to fight things. And they make for a really fun duo because Arias has a very simple strongman brain. He won't fight strong dudes. He am vampire. He am live a long time. Run out of strong dudes fight. Must find stronger dudes. And Mono is a character on borrowed time who is stronger than Arias when she goes in super mode, but speaks in ridiculous prose versus his very simple caveman, almost caveman speak. And it just works out really well. And so you get a whole lot of her playing babysitter for the crazy vampire because she's the only one that can reasonably pin him down if he goes out of control. And she's just a really fun character. And I forgot just how much I liked Mono until I started going through the Gears of Rebellion chapter. She's both loved and hated in the community. People that have played the story really love Mono, and people that have not absolutely hate her because her card was busted, and that it allowed you to win on turn 3 when it was in rotation. Because it too gave you the super mode powers that Mono has, where if you dropped her on the field and you had the combo ready in your hand, you could blow all your resources and just have her burn your health down to nothing and explode your opponent.
Man, Star Rail hasn't gone to Robot Planet yet, but it's almost certain that we will, because Skrullum appears in the story all the time, and people are desperate to have him as a playable character.
Yeah, I'm normally not a big fan of the android or robot type characters. They just by their nature lack a bit of humanity to them. But Mono gets a pass because Mono is just super fun the whole time. He's on screen.
Yeah, there's a lot of robot characters in Star Rail because they're a race basically. Skrullum's not their king, but Skrullum might as well be their king since they all seem to basically behave as though he's the pinnacle of robotdom. Being that he's
by the way, because I think that island's pretty well tapped.
Being that he's a genius and all, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to come out as. I think that people will probably get upset if he comes out as a 4-star, but I think people will get upset if he comes out as a 5-star too. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. He's never manifested any particular martial prowess, so
You've got to really sell robot characters to me. I know that isn't true for a lot of people, but if you're gonna put a robot or an AI type character in your story, you've got to go above and beyond to really sell them. And there are very few that do it.
The Intellitron race are basically just treated as the same as basically every other race. They have the same motivations as things. They've just got some cultural quirks, like they don't have parents, for instance, and that they tend to have functions. Like they don't. The Intellitrons, like reading between the lines, because I haven't read all of the text in the game because there is like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of text in Star Rail that I haven't even touched yet. But it's sort of implied that Intellitrons don't there might be Intellitrons, and it's not really clear because we haven't been to Planet Skrullum yet, that arise naturally, but that a lot of them are other sort of almost sentient beings that aren't quite sentient AIs that are then uplifted by one that is to become a sentient,
Hmm.
and that there are just some Intellitrons that are that way disposed that they tend to create others like themselves, and so they serve the sort of the parental role in society by finding machines that are nearly sentient and then giving them the ability to be free thinkers. Though how that all works and why why this is possible is not been made clear yet. But yeah, Skrullum seems to be the highest among them, and he's the one that's working on the simulated universe project with Herta. And people are absolutely champing at the bit for a 5-star version of Herta that's the real Herta, as it were. But I don't know. I don't know if you want the real Herta. Herta's kind of a bitch. I mean,
Yeah.
I sort of like her even so, but because I can sort of relate. I lose my temper with dumb people a lot as well. But yeah, I don't know. I guess some people are into the doll thing. I presume that there's been an awful lot of illicit art drawn of the doll from Bloodborne.
Uh, haven't looked, but I don't doubt it. Given that
Well, given
she,
the sort of the innuendo that they ladle on top of that character, I'm pretty sure that that probably does exist.
considering the Garriman's line about the doll when you meet him, where he says you can do anything that you wish with the doll, uh, I don't doubt it for a sec.
But yeah, so presumably you can add ball joints to the list that includes feet and armpits.
Yeah, yeah,
Because there are a lot of Herta simps, and you know that they're simps because until Pure Fiction came out, Herta was a terrible character. It just so happens that Pure Fiction is a game mode that fits her precisely.
I'm gonna
And I
pull.
have her at E6, despite my intentions to the contrary, because I would have been quite happy to pull somebody else. But no, Herta keeps coming home.
Put Navia in the second
Oh,
slot, which is
speaking of, I really need to claim my free 4-star from Star Rail because I haven't yet, and because I couldn't decide who to claim, but it's probably going to end up being Gwen Ifin,
self another
aka
fire chicken.
yeah, get myself another Kiara.
Yeah. So
He's just an awful lot like Kiara to the point where it's sort of hard to credit in
yeah,
terms of appearance and what her job is to be a streamer.
yeah. I I would be lying if I said that was a reason I am adverse to leveling her. I don't like Kiara very much. Personality has never
Well,
sat good with me.
the thing is that I like Gwen Ifin. I think that as far as characters go, she's relatively inoffensive for a streamer, and you spend a lot of time just sort of in lighter chapters, just sort of goofing off with her. Like, and she has you on her streams and that now and again, and you're responsible for posting as her a couple of times as well when she wants you to handle particular feedback and that sort of thing. Like, it's sort of hard to express how deeply involved Star Rail gets you in the lives of some of the characters compared to Genshin.
Yeah, Genshin, not super hot when it comes to making sure you spend a whole lot of time with the characters.
But like when they decide to do big events in Star Rail, they're really large scale. Like the ghost hunting one has you spend like several hours just sort of pure interacting with Gwen Ifen and Sushang and Huohuo and the other characters on the Shansha Lofu. Like, it's designed to Like it is everything about Star Rail screams these people know their marketing back to front. They're experts at it because the whole point is to make you really yearn to spend more time with these characters so that you want them on your team and so you'll roll on the banners. Like that's ultimately what's at the heart of it. They want you to like these characters so you'll give them money to get them, and they're just really good at it. And as an experience in terms of an RPG product, it's all what you're going for. Like you want those character moments, you want those experiences that you share with these other characters in the story. So they're just doing it right to make an absolute boatload of cash.
Yep. So, not wanting to get too far back on the Hoyo train, or we'll be here all night. Uh, the uh, the Shadowverse story has been fun, and what's surprising to me about it is going through it again is still fun. The first arc where they're finding their feet and they don't really know what they want to do yet, or the first major story arc where it's from like the first year or two of the game, that takes a little bit to get going and figuring out how they want to do their writing and tell their stories.
So
But
all of these ongoing games seem to be like that.
yeah, but one
There's
one
always that teething trouble sequence at the start.
yeah, but as soon as you get over that, it's just fun the whole way through, and they really figure out the pace they want to go at and how to write their characters the way they want to. So so yeah, I don't think we want to jump in the foxhole. Actually, I'm not sure why I came out here. What about face the boat? There's nothing over here. Boat
I'm
stuck.
so bad at driving these boats.
But yeah, I still recommend the Shadowverse stories. Lanecrest, even though I'm not talking it up super a lot, is still a really good story. It does the smaller scale character building thing like the End did, and it works just fine. It's a good fun time, and they apparently have a really big story arc similar to Reveal coming up that's ongoing right now, with part one already out that I haven't watched yet because I wanted to watch Gears of Rebellion again first. So so yeah, that's where Shadowverse is going. Uh, I want to get somebody to play through the story all the way so that
I already told you what you need to do, and that's you need to tell me at a time that they're doing a promo where I'll get a million free things.
yeah, I
And
know.
unless I'm going to get a million free things, I'm not going to start.
I know. But just in general, it is frustrating in the English community how much effort they put into this game in its story mode, and just nobody talks about it. And the the dub is really well done and directed too. I some of
I
the
don't believe you.
it's a case of they done figured it out pretty early. Well, not super early. They have their teeth and troubles with that in the first part too. But they much like Genshin, they start to get their feet under them. But unlike Genshin, they keep getting it. They eventually get off to a sprint.
So they don't have Don Hung.
No, they don't have a Donghang. And Mono's a good example of this, where they had figured it out by that point. And you have the lady that plays Mono is relatively old. So she's like in her 40s or 50s, and she sounds kind of like a older middle aged lady talking in purple prose, but she clearly is acting the whole time. And they told her, ham it up as much as you possibly can, and it totally works for a character like that.
Well, I'm sure every professional actor at one point in their life was a ham actor.
Yeah, they're like okay, now fluctuate your cadence and your tone even more, and now do that again, but even more. Make her sound as uh, insane as you can while still making sense and being a credible character.
And sound grumpy about it.
Slightly miffed. I took a screenshot of it and dumped it in the Discord. Where while I was going through it, she's talking to Vampire Man. She goes, "I don't feel the need to show you any decency when you're the one who goes berserk at the drop of a hat. Maybe you don't possess a self-reflective function. I don't either. Oh well. On we go." So she's fun. And while the California Southern accents are a thing, they are in a way
Oh,
so bad they're good. that they're it is almost like they had a somebody that knew what a real Southern accent was on the ADR staff and was trying his best to get these Californians to do one, and he was riding the struggle bus the whole way.
that's something that like you don't appreciate it because you're an American, but hearing like the really strong American accents out of context is just really distracting, like horribly distracting.
Yeah, it also
Like you probably have a similar experience when you think about characters like there's like characters that use a lot of like English brogue and a lot of like English accents and slang in FF14. You probably find it very very noticeable.
mhm.
But there aren't that many voice actors from Britain in the industry because like they hired theatre actors for FF14, not voice actors. So when it comes to like general dubs that you find for most material that gets dubbed, it's all just riddled with terrible accents as far as somebody who's not American is concerned.
Yeah, it's 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 notable in Reveal as an interesting dub experiment where I think it's both it has simultaneously some of their best and their worst dub work. Where you can tell somebody either knew what a southern accent was or they really didn't. or maybe they even may be a native southerner. Because some of the characters, when they're authentic, like your boy I Shillendrig, you can tell they knew what a southern accent was. His voice actor knew what they were doing. And then you get Serena, who has probably never left the general area of Austin, Texas, or California.
Well,
And
even in Austin, you can't actually hear a southern accent.
uh, the Austin, Texas, is like Atlanta in that it has its own.
It's all ebonics.
Well, not quite in that way, but
Because that's what I associate with Atlanta. I'm sorry.
but it it has a very distinct, just generic, uh, toity liberal accent that you get on like the coasts, with maybe a little bit more twang when you get white people from Austin that are talking. So so yeah, it's a little bit of a hit and miss with Austin in what you get. It depends on how far outside the city people have ventured. But so you have just this mix of people in the Reveal arc that are really, really good in the dub and know what a southern accent is and can do the western setting justice. And then you've got Selena.
You keep saying that, but I don't know what you mean.
Haven Fire. That is the tier we're talking about here. It's really bad. It is less, despite it being more noticeable to me, it is less grating to me when somebody does a bad southern accent because A, we're underrepresented in media to begin with as anything other than Hicks. So anytime I see a southerner portrayed as a non-Hick, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean the only one that I can think of, like offhand, that made it to New Zealand media when I was growing up was the uh the blonde girl from CSI Miami. That
Oh
really, I don't think she was a legit Southerner. I think it was a very put on accent, but it was the only one most New Zealanders would hear on entertainment.
yeah. So we'll take what we can get, and it's also not as bad for us when somebody does a bad Southern accent in a twisted way because we're so used to people trying to do bad Southern accents that we just know nobody can do one. It's like Americans trying to do an Australian accent. It's just not gonna work. Like I can immediately tell if somebody is genuinely from the South if they don't try to mask their accent. I mask my
Oh
accent,
yeah,
and I don't
I
intend to.
I I listened to a lot of like audiobooks from like Texas when I was very young, when I was growing up, like on cassette tape, like a ancient. But
Hmm.
I didn't feel like their accents were very strong,
No,
the Texan ones.
Texans have a much less twangy accent that's than what you traditionally associate with the South. They have a bunch of our slang, but they don't have
Yeah,
this.
their inflections all seem to be just sort of like middle and low, rather than the higher inflections that you find in like the Georgia area and Louisiana area.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you, nobody can understand what the heck people from Louisiana are saying unless they're from
Oh, well,
Louisiana.
that's good. That's good because I never have. Like like I know that there's like some French heritage there and stuff, but like I can understand them about as well as I understand French.
Yeah. Here there are degrees of close to Louisiana where you can understand more and more of it. So a southerner, if you were with me and we ran into a man from Louisiana and he started going or whatever they do, uh, you would be look at me and go, "What?" And I'd be like, "Something about a horse."
So is your Louisianan or your Spanish better?
Uh, Louisiana still has a lot of French culture and influence, and its language still hangs around there. It surprisingly is stuck and just not quite rooted itself out. And Cajun, lots of Cajun.
So you think you could probably deal with a Mexican more easily than a like an old school Louisianan?
Yeah, I could definitely get away with Jesus from Mexico walking up to me talking Spanish a lot easier than I could some super Cajun mofo from Louisiana. So so yeah, that's language aside. Uh, Shadowverse still gets story recommendations. Um, I'll try to pitch it to Vol when it goes on an anniversary event. They should have one coming up soon ish.
I will
Couple
need
months.
help. I can't solve TCG puzzles at all.
Yeah. Um, I was able to construct a fairly decent deck for the time with just the cards I got from an anniversary event to have at least one playable in matchmaking, and was able to build a bunch of passable decks from just the miscellaneous junk I got from the like 200 free packs she got from the anniversary or something crazy because it's side games.
I
But
only want the story. Like I really, really don't want to get involved in something like matchmaking. Something
no,
like competitive online TCG. Like the very thought makes me nauseous.
no, and online TCGs are a menace because, and even modern TCGs are not like what I remember at the card shops. What I remember at the card shops is a bunch of experimentation, people trying new stuff, and your local being very different to everywhere else on the planet. Because the people around there are going to have certain play styles, they're going to have certain cards they have access to, different cards they've experimented with. Nowadays, we have net decking.
Yeah, like or my experience of TCG, like the experience of TCG that I really like, that I treasure in my heart as my memories of back when I was a TCG player, was like gathering up everybody who I knew with an iota of geekiness in their body, clearing out all the furniture in the living room, buying a couple of booster boxes, and doing a massive draft tournament. Like those were the experiences that I find to be associated with TCG as a whole.
Yeah, the blessing and curse of the internet bites us again with TCGs, and that the old style of TCG died when communication became so easy that people could net deck. So yeah, turn on the Matrix for this guy. They really blow up when I turn the Matrix on. But yeah. So yeah, that's all I got for Shadowverse. Um, I don't think there's anything I could prod you to continue on with the Shadowverse topic. So there is one more video game I can talk about. And it's what I've spent the vast majority of my time putting into, but I don't have nearly as much to say about it because continuation of the last several weeks. Um, and that I put the vast majority of my free time this week into just sitting down and playing Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. Not training,
Actual playing, not labbing.
yeah, not labbing. I've barely spent any time in training mode, like not even 30 minutes in that game, because there's no need to. If you just have fun playing the game, the simple inputs and the idea, it has another function I underrated and didn't really process how good it was until this week, and that's the combo limit. Where from the point you do a move in a combo that picks the opponent off the ground, a hit counter starts ticking. And once you hit that hit counter's limit, which is about uh 12 hits, the combo ends. They're going to hard drop to the ground.
Did you ever play Primal Rage back in the day?
Oh, it's ringing all kinds of bells, but I do not remember it. But I definitely remember playing a game named that.
Yeah, the characters were like dinosaurs and giant apes and stuff?
Yeah,
Fighting game?
yeah, that
So it it was a bit of an odd beast in a variety of ways. It's a Master System game, but there was also a PC version which I played way back when. Um, so it had they were experimenting with a lot of different things in that fighting game. Um, it was back in the era when arbitrarily complicated move inputs were really really popular, the Mortal Kombat style,
hmm
where you would put in a weird combination of moves and it would make your character do something absurd. Um, but as such, they experimented with a lot of very weird effects. Like there was like a character Chaos, which is the smaller of the large ape characters, which had heaps of moves that were just like burping and farting. And they had various effects, and like you could poison, and you could stun, and you could do all kinds of weird things. So they had a mechanic that was basically there were certain characters had abilities that would generate extremely large quantities of hit stun,
hmm
like up to like a second of hit stun sort of thing if you pulled the move off correctly.
hmm
Um, and so they had this mechanic. In order, they realized very quickly, of course, that we can't release it like this because people just use that move over and over again, and they would use it to just insert it periodically to create excessive amounts of stun so they can do infinite combos easily. So what they did was any time you built up a certain amount of hit stun, this big cartoon image would appear in the middle of the screen, which was a wedge of Swiss cheese with a no sign, and like a circle with a slash through it over it. No cheese.
I see.
And it would stop all hit stun things that you did from accruing any hit stun
Oh,
until it disappeared.
that's great. I love it. Oh, I just awesome when you were the one that turned it on. Uh, but uh, but yeah, I've been enjoying my time going through and just playing Grand Blue, and that combo limit effect means you don't the combos that you figure out on the fly are perfectly viable in any level of play. If you can hit the combo limit through just experimentation, and you're able to do that with simple inputs, the way combos work in Grand and Versus is they have what they call a triple attack, which is a light, medium, or heavy auto combo. And at the end of that, you will usually put a special that has either a wall bounce or a knockup effect, and then you will link one or two more normal attacks of whatever degree is appropriate for that character's combo routes, and then do another special move that isn't the one you used before because the old one's on cooldown now. Because remember, cooldowns are a thing. And then you do one or two more normals, and then you finish it with a super or another special move if you want to keep the meter. And this works for every single character in the cast. The only difference is timing the normal hits and which type of normal hit you may want to use, and what distance you want to be from your opponent when you do the combo. That's it. So what matters is stuff that is character specific, rather than what's this character's ridiculous combo strat they got going on here. And it just cuts out the dozens and dozens of hours you would have to pour into training mode to get the same level of comparable damage from any other fighting game. That's all it does. And because it's simple inputs, you never have a question of, oh, does that combo just not work, or did I mess the input up? You can very easily write off immediately once you get used to the simple inputs. Oh no, it wasn't an input problem. If it actually works, this was a timing problem, or that normal attack just doesn't connect after that special. And through just gameplay and trying different crap as you play people, you can figure out any character in the game. This novel concept of learning as you play rather than having to sit down and do homework for 20 hours.
I don't know. This sounds like something the Street Fighter community would really resent.
Oh yeah, they do. They hate it. They write off Grand Blue as the most casual baby's first fighting game of all time because of simple inputs alone and the combo limit.
Oh, if it's so baby, maybe they should be able to compete then, right? They should be able to easily teabag everybody in those tournaments and collect the prize money, no sweat.
Here's the thing
Because
about
everybody's casual.
yeah. Here's the thing about Grand Blue. The neutral game is one of the hardest neutral games to master in any fighting game that I played because it is very, very difficult to open people up. There isn't a whole lot of high-low mix-up game. You've got to catch your opponent at an opening in their moves where you know it's not safe for them to be doing what they're doing, or you know you have a move that beats theirs, or you have to do a strike throw mix-up where you decide to throw instead, or do very risky cross-ups because going into the air in that game is very potentially punishing because everybody has a universal anti-air on crouching C. So opening your opponents up and knowing when to go on offense is not something that is anywhere close to as easy as it is in a bunch of other fighting games. It is something a lot of people that have actually taken the time to boot up the game that are experienced with other fighting games and are more quote unquote hardcore have noted right away that it is some of the most difficult to master neutral of any fighting game. But the thing about neutral is to get better at neutral, you just have to play your character a lot and just get used to where your normals go and know what moves have priority over other stuff. And if something doesn't work, it's not the game jipping you or you screwing an input. It's just, oh, well, I guess Sheep Ride doesn't beat Zoe's Dragon, for instance. Like, Zoe's Dragon Beam will just beat your sheep every time. Okay, just don't do that move then. That's part of the matchup. And you know immediately what the problem is and can identify it just based on the interaction you see the two special moves do. You might get confused with versions of moves between light, medium, heavy, and super, but there's going to be no question of how those two moves interact with each other at the degrees they were placed at each other. And it makes it just way easier for me to just keep playing the game to find new stuff. Like every single night this week, I played at least 20 games with Ibu, and I was finding new Anila tech the entire time. Ooh, Nahida. Oh, Nahida. Okay, he dead now. Those are much scarier without ammo. But yeah, I can just play the video game. And this is something that's hard to convey to people that haven't really dove into fighting games yet, or are hesitant to try them, or don't have a whole lot of experience or knowledge about what fighting games entail. The simple ability to boot up the fighting game, it have an aesthetic that I like and characters I like, and just play it and get better as I play, instead of having to sit there and go, well, I would like to learn this character, but that's another 20 hours in training mode if I want to even be able to get out of B rank with it. No, there's none of that. That is such a huge boon in this game's favor that it's probably the dang reason there's still at least a couple full lobbies in the North American servers 4 or 5 months after launch.
Why are these three mints grayed out for me?
Oh, because they're Whopper flowers.
Oh, okay.
Hang on, I'm playing with sword people on the beach and killing homeless. Saw them over the cliff being homeless.
Wow, the matrix from the outside is really big.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, it's it the fact that it has a free to play version, the fact that it's got both the game's full story modes, even if the localization is questionable. Um, the uh, the fact that you could just go into any lobby and anybody will just come up to you and play. And usually the lobbies are pretty good. They're full of people that if they see you're like a C or a D rank player that's clearly brand new to fighting games, with this game in particular, they'll switch to a character they don't know. And you'll see somebody that's at S rank drop to a B rank character because that's the lowest they can possibly have if they play you. They're generally not going to run up
I,
against you with their main.
but you would think that that would be the long term practice in any fighting game, wouldn't you? Because what can you meaningfully gain from beating up on somebody who doesn't know what they're doing?
I don't know,
Like,
but
surely the whole point of playing a fighting game is to get better at it.
yeah, I think it has to do with in other fighting games that type of elitist skill issue mentality is so ingrained because the inputs are such a bugbear and training mode time is required that they don't, and because everybody has to get over that barrier, they're just like, oh well, I'll just go body people in the lobby, and maybe they're just new to the game or something, but they played other fighting games and they'll pick up on it quick. Or maybe I just feel like being a douchebag today. It's just part of the kind of culture of other fighting games. But in Grand Blue, that's not the case at all. There are a lot of people that just hang out in the lobby and talk. That are like perpetual B ranks on their highest character. That just like to go in the lobby and play the soccer minigame.
And mutually bond over their love of armpits.
Yeah, unfortunately. But it's a much more chill experience if you can get past the guest book, which I am doing my god-given best on my righteous crusade to purge through terrible sheep puns. The best
Ghost
one,
Factory.jpg.
yeah, the best pun of the week from me, I think, was what did Anila say her dream was after her buffs? To rule the world. Ah, 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 ah.
Ugh.
So, hey, you need nukes when we have feet people. Okay, it's like this is the tier of threat we're at. So yeah, I'm going to continue to recommend people, especially people that don't normally play fighting games, give Grand Blue a shot. It you're gonna, if you have played some fighting games before, casually a little bit, you're going to hit a little bit of a hump when you very first start for about your first 50 games or so, where opening people up in this game and getting them to stop blocking is really tough at first until you realize you just have to take risks. Like if you play the patient game, you're never going to win. The game is designed because it's so hard to open people up that if you're on defense, you're losing. And anybody that gets a more of a health lead is going to be the one that controls the pace of the game because they can stop pressure and back off and go and resets a lot easier because if or they can just decide to start blocking. That setting up the way things go early on is a big deal. But all that's much of a muchness and comes much later after you've got your head around the game. So yeah, I've I've been playing a whole lot of Anila because Anila is a odd character in that they clearly were trying a few things with her, and until the latest patch, people initially wrote it off as okay, the buffs are nice, but they're not gonna do much for her. It turns out the buff was exactly what she needed, and they actually play tested this. Because Anila had a bit of an issue where she had a stupidly strong fireball, in that her sheep basically get priority over everything that isn't a EX or a super version of another fireball. And we'll just keep on trucking all the way to the opponent to bonk him on the head. And she had a very good mid-screen poke game. The problem was with her mid-screen poke game, she had no way to convert anything into damage. she could not get more than a 4-hit combo. And so, like most characters, she had to run them into the corner. And that, while she'll take the corner if she can get it, her objective is not to get you in the corner. Her objective is to play the I can poke better than you game and come out ahead. And when she had no way to cash in her meter or her resources for any actual damage on your health bar from mid screen, that was a problem. So, what the patch did was it changed. She has two types of sheep. She can throw the sheep and send them across the screen like a fireball, or she can ride on the sheep and zip across the screen and have the sheep bonk you on the head, and then she hops off the sheep. Or halfway through the sheep's ride, she can do what I call the ejector sheep and bounce off of the sheep backwards and have the sheep go roll into a ball and continue on as a fireball. On the sheep ride version of the sheep, she will if you spend 50 meter now, instead of it just bonking them when you hit them and knocking them back like all the other versions do, now the sheep will immediately go into its rolly ball projectile form after it bonks them while you're riding on it, and it will pop them straight up in the air instead of knocking them back. And this means you can get a full combo from mid screen. Then all you gotta do is pop them once with a medium or heavy hit, and then send the EX sheep throw at them and have the sheep carry them all the way to the corner for continuing the combo. And it's really funny because you'll pop them up in the air and then you just throw the sheep at them. And every hit of the sheep, they're just stuck on top of it. And then it goes bonk, bonk, bonk for 3 hits and takes them to the corner. And this jumped her up from, she wasn't meme tier before, in that if she got in the corner, she could do damage. But she wasn't, she was barely in playable tier. She was middle or bottom of playable tier. I don't like your letter grades for characters, so I call them more what they're functionally rated as. So she was middle or bottom of playable tier, with Charlotta also being in the middle of playable tier.
I never asked, did Vera get any changes, since she is my favorite from the past?
Her dashing light attack was one of the ones that got super nerfed instead of just baby nerfed. But other than that, no, she hadn't been touched.
Dashing light, like if you're dependent on dashing light, you're probably a bad person.
Well, it was mandatory before, and hers was ridiculous. She still has dashing medium, which IMO is even better. But we'll see about that one. She by virtue of the dashing light pressure being brought down and the pressure game being more character niche again, she has gone up like a whole half tier to whole tier, from good to great. So Anila bumped up from playable to about the top of good tier from somebody that's managed to figure out her mid-screen combos. So I just sat there and played sheep a whole lot and unlearned all the muscle memory I had from my old combos so that I could do the sheep corner carry combos now. And bonk Abo with the sheep and then send him across the entire screen. So yeah. They also buffed Anila's dashing heavy attack. It used to be the worst dashing heavy attack in the game, where it did a lot of damage and would wall bounce on, or it wouldn't even wall bounce on counter hit though. It would just be a big bop that would knock them down, and you get Oki, so you can set up something like throw a sheep on top of them while they're waking up, or set up some kind of mix up, or fake out a throw or something. But that's not that great. Gambling your game on 50-50s by just knocking your opponent down every time you go on offense is not great, because if they open you up, they're going to do a whole lot more damage than you. Now, what dashing heavy does, it is now safe on block if you do it from max range, so you can't be punished for it. And they made it hard wall bounce on counter hit, so you get a full combo from it. So this lets her play I can poke better than you game way better, and she's now a properly functional good character you could reasonably take through ranked. But she's still not competing with the likes of Siegfried or Zeta or Belial. The real full screen confirm ridiculous combo hyper priority characters that definitely need some looking at, especially Siegfried. But
I also saw you were playing last week some Raga.
Yeah, the Raga. Raga's still meme tier.
Poor bastard.
Raga got all the buffs, and they weren't enough.
He doesn't deserve this.
I mean, they buffed everything about his character. When you go into his what people call steppers, where he goes into a stance that lets him walk across the screen. They made the input for it simpler. You can just hold forward now to make him do his steps across the screen, and each step causes hit stun if they get hit, and you can put them in a 2-step hit combo before you do your finisher. It's actually really funny when you just go walk all over somebody, but they can just throw you out of it. So there's that shoe with it. They made it so there's basically no startup on this stance, and you can start walking immediately. And every single follow up can be used like something crazy, like 12 frames sooner than before, and it's still not enough.
He's still meme tier.
He's still meme tier. They made all his command grabs have bigger hitboxes and easier to hit. They did not super nerf his dashing light. Not that you want to use that button on Raga, because he is not a very fast character. But yeah, he's still meme tier. But he is a lot of fun to play because his gimmick is he doesn't have an offensive action for his what you would call a drive in Blaze Blue, the unique action on the D button. Raga's doesn't do anything offensively. All it does is give him super armor during his next usage of a few of his special moves. This includes the stepping stance, the steppers. It also includes his full screen dash across the screen that has a really long cooldown, and any of his charged heavy attacks. So, what the Raga can do is a lot of characters that have very obnoxious normals that like to play the Poke game, or people that like to mash, you can just play Raga and pop armor and then just go barreling on through. And if you actually know a couple baby combos with him, you can just go to town on him.
Did we kill every mob in Inazuma?
We have certainly helped Raiden Shogun with her homeless problem. I don't know if we got them all, but Shogun shouldn't have a problem cleaning up the rest. So yeah, Raga's a lot of fun. He is the caveat to all his super armor moves though is all you have to do is block the move and then his super armor goes away, whether you hit him or not. And you also, if he does any of the moves that have a long windup, like steppers or his charged heavy attacks, you just have to throw him, and it bypasses the super armor. And making him throw immune would make him busted, so they can't fix that. And his moves have big enough windup that for most of their versions, you can on reaction just throw them. And so that's a bit of a shoe. One thing I did learn this week that took me a while to grasp in this game was the way throws work and how important they are in a game where high-low mix-up is very difficult. And that they have changed the way throws work in this game specifically because they in the first game they were reactable. You could tech a throw with a throw input and you'd be K. And as long as you were on the ball and saw it, it was 25 frames to react to it. That's plenty of time. That's a quick reaction, but it's not unreactable. In this game, the 15 frames. That is right on the line of human reactability. Like the best people with the best reaction times in the world might be able to do it 1 out of 10 times.
And no rollback frames?
And rollback frames exist. And usually the trigger for the reaction is going to be the audio cue, and guess what gets sounded on a rollback frame first? Even if it doesn't show up visually. Yeah. So what this means is that nobody is reacting to throws in this game. Regardless of if you have a 0 rollback frame connection, you are not the person in the world with the fastest reaction time. 15 frames is too fast to react. You detect the throw. You've got to preemptively tech it.
So it's more or less you have to intuit they would definitely go for a throw here.
Mm-hmm. You are playing the what would my opponent do in this situation game and trying to feel out what they're doing while at the same time trying to add throws to your mix-up game when you're going in on them a lot more than you would in other fighting games, and trying to do them after you've got the opponent conditioned. And conditioning the opponent for some characters like Charlotta is a big deal because Charlotta's got really short, stubby normals. The reason she's not very good tier is because she just doesn't got any range. She's fast, and she has some full-screen dash moves, but she is tiny. Her normals don't go very far. a big old Siegfried sword's gonna bop you on the head and stop you from doing anything if you try to fight with normals in melee range. So the idea of conditioning your opponent is a big deal, and Charlotta's perfect for this with her demon flip move. Just up there.
Don't know.
I don't either. But her demon flip move lets her do a dive kick, which hits mid, a helm breaker, which is, I forget its actual move's name, but everybody calls it helm breaker, where she comes straight down with the sword that hits high, or a command throw that will whiff if the opponent is crouching. So what you want to do is condition your opponent to block high. So they think you're going to do the helm breaker every single time, and then when it gets to near the end of the match, on game win point, they'll think they can just block your flip high and BK, and you do the command grab instead. And then you get your free corno combo and seal out the game. I do this all the time. And this is a big part of the mind games of what goes on with Grand Blue that you just can't do in a lot of other fighting games. This thing only shows up in Stormwind or something. I never walk by here then. But yeah, I really enjoy this aspect of the game of just playing the game and immediately jumping into the, not the metagame so much as just the actual gameplay of figuring out what your character can do versus the opponent and playing head games with what do you think their decisions are going to be and how quickly can you adapt to what they're doing while still keeping them guessing about what your plan is. This is the bread and butter of fighting games that you don't really have the opportunity to get into in a lot of fighting games unless you go really, really hardcore in them. And ironically, I put more time into Grand Blue than I have in any fighting game since Persona 4 Arena. Because I can just play the video game. I could skip.
You don't want to beat on a training dummy for hours and hours and hours?
No. And all the fundamental core mechanics of fighting games, 2D fighting games, from strike throw mix-ups, high-low mix-ups, conditioning opponents, mind games, all that's still there, even if it's in different balance. It's just the fact that
how do you know that this is definitely not just you trading on what you already know?
Because I would screw inputs all the time and it would frustrate me and make me stop playing fighting games. If the inputs were too tight, or I just couldn't figure out combos and couldn't work out whether it was my inputs or the game itself, or just my combo didn't work, I would just get frustrated with how long it would take me to figure it out, and I'm sitting there in training mode that I would just throw my hands up and give up, even if I really like the aesthetic. It's why I don't play the current Melty Blood. I just do not know if it's an execution problem or if the combo just doesn't work. But in Grand Blue, I know immediately if it's an execution problem or if the problem just doesn't work, or if the combo just doesn't work. There's never a question of what it is once you understand the mechanics of the game, because execution's a non-issue. All you're doing is pressing a direction on the D-pad, the special button, and light, medium, or heavy for all your special moves. There are no motions involved, so there will be no accidental jumping or accidental crouching normals or anything wacky like that. Where you just go, I thought that worked, but I guess it doesn't. Well, did I just do it wrong? I don't know. I can't figure it out. There's just go, oh, that doesn't work. Oh, that works. And yeah, maybe a little bit of knowing that you need to link normals between specials was part of previous fighting game knowledge, but that's not exactly that hard to figure out in this game. If you just mash buttons, you'll eventually figure that out. That might have got me there, a few hundred games faster than some people that are relatively slow at experimentation. But you'll get there just by playing the video game. Like, if you've seen some of the clips I posted of me playing Charlotta, the corner combo I do then is still the corner combo I'm using now, 1,000 games later. It's still, 1, 2, 3, Sword of Lumiel, standing medium, heavy buzzsaw, standing medium, and then either super or my Dragon Punch. And there is just count the number of mediums you need between each special. That's it. It's a very simple combo. It is not an optimized combo, but it's dang close to it. And I never ever miss the inputs for it. I only ever miss the timing on it. So if you see me drop it, it's because I pushed the button at the wrong time, not because I hit the input wrong. So yeah, that's where I'm at with Grand Blue right now. I'm really enjoying learning new Anila now that she can actually play the mid screen game she wants to. Am I gonna have the stamina to make it up with? I don't know that I
I
am.
don't know if I'm going to. I'm pretty borderline here.
I'm on flash and red. I think I'm gonna
I'm
die.
not on red yet.
I'm gonna
I'm very
die.
close to red.
So long, cruel world. Oh,
You didn't lose hardly any health.
I hit a ledge on the way down.
It's better to run out sooner than later.
So yeah, and that's been my media recommendations and not recommendations for the week. So Last Faith, hard no. Grand Blue continues to be hard yes, and Shadowverse also story mode anyway continues to be a hard yes.
And as usual, we spent 4 hours doing our weeks and haven't done anything else yet.
No, but at least there were media recommendations this week. So
Same old ones, but I'll grant you.
yeah. So yeah. My week next week will probably continue to be Grand Blue. I'm just having a lot of fun with this game. It won't deviate very much at all. I really like the aspects of the fighting game that I've highlighted talking about it, and I just don't. There aren't a whole lot of fighting games with a good anime aesthetic with a lot of characters that I really like, and a blonde sheep girl I can throw cute sheep at people with.
Just you wait. One of these days, the Raga metal will be real.
Believe in the Raga. He is listed as my tertiary on my profile right now. Oh, Nahida, your short, stubby limbs can't make it. Oh, we fell again. Okay, so we posted some news in here. One of them was a funny and segues from the card game talk we were talking about before. This is a real small funny one. So in Japan, it turns out that Yu-Gi-Oh players have a similar problem to the ones in the U.S. Not a color problem, a stanky problem.
I've never been to a large scale tournament before, so I have no experience with this.
It's just like a convention with how stanky it get.
But why?
Because people that used to go to hobby shops are fat nerds for the most part.
Well,
You
I'm a
get
fat nerd.
they're the stereotypical fat nerd that doesn't know what a shower is. If you
Oh, I was raised to be monomaniacal about cleanliness. Like I don't think that I've ever gone a day in my life without cleaning. I don't think it's ever happened. Even if I was out in the wilderness, I would have done something like I would have found an ice cold stream and just desperately tried to wash myself down in it because it's so ingrained.
yeah, it's not quite anywhere close to that bad with me. I'll shower every other day and wash my hair every three
I
days.
couldn't stand it. Like I shower every day. I wash my hair every day. I shave at least once a day, sometimes twice. Like I have a very mild case of OCD which manifests in strange ways, but one of those is that I obsessively clean myself and I can't use clothes pegs that don't match.
That's very odd. But for normal people that are not Volzel, a shower every other day and washing your hair about every 2 showers is
Just
normal.
the idea of you saying that you shower every other day makes me feel physically sick.
Like, unless I've been out sweating or doing something that's physically laborious, I will break my pattern and shower 2 days in a row. But if I've just been sitting in the office for the last 2 days, I'll skip a shower one night. Like that's fairly normal.
Like lying in bed for me is sufficiently onerous and sweaty that I know that I have to shower. And since I lie in bed every day, I can't even comprehend the idea of skipping a shower. Like skipping a shower for me would be like, I don't know. It'd be like skipping getting out of bed in the morning sort of thing. Like just you don't do this.
Yeah,
I mean, if I've only ever skipped showers if and if I was in such a condition that I actually cannot recall that I skipped a shower, like I was so sick that I didn't know that I'd done it.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, no. That
So con stank to me is just a mystery phenomenon that I don't comprehend.
yeah. So the type of people that generate con stank, because it is normal to shower every other day, and you will not smell somebody. It takes a couple days of stank accrual at least, or more than a couple days of stank accrual to reach con smell. But a whole lot of fat nerds just don't know what a shower is and will dissolve if you put them anywhere near soap.
It's- I, the You might as well be talking about wizards. Like I don't understand. Like the idea of not showering, like voluntarily not showering, is just incomprehensible to me.
Yeah, it is a thing with with fat nerds where if you've hung out in hobby shops and been at the card game table with all the fat nerds, uh, maybe they just find it too onerous with how fat they are that they don't shower. But the sense
I'm a
of
fat nerd and I can't not shower.
but the thing is, these are all Japanese people, so I'm guessing they're not fat because this story happened in Japan. So
Well, I mean, I might understand not showering if you've ever seen what the shower in a Japanese apartment looks like. There is not enough. You couldn't fit me in there. Like, I don't think I could fit in there. It is not a big room.
no, so yeah. Uh, apparently there was a actual GIRL at the not an American called GIRL, but a real one for realsies in Japan at a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament that was playing, and just left early. And people assumed it was some kind of either harassment or people being mean to her because she was a girl. No, no, no. It's because she couldn't stand the stank.
I mean, I can sympathize with that. Like, I often ruminate on the topic of me worrying about maybe I stink, but I can't smell because it's my own stink.
Yeah, I will only become semi-conscious of that if I'm like sweating at a job site and I'm like, did I shower last night? That's not going to matter if I'm sweating at the job site. So is everybody else. That's a, but yeah, the it is just a thing where people don't shower, and regardless of your own opinions of what other people think about you, uh, I don't care what other people think about me in general. But you are closing so many doors and avenues to you by being stanky and smelly that you really ought to consider it because being more presentable just is going to make people more amenable to you, and that's going to open more doors for you than if you're super stanky.
Well, I'm definitely not presentable because I've got no fashion sense whatsoever. I can hardly ever find a shirt with a collar.
Well, there's when I say presentable, I mean something more along the lines of not having any things that add negative points to your appearance. Like as long as you're neutral in your appearance, like you don't need good fashion sense to get positive points for whoever you're with. But as long as you're not negative, you're generally okay. You can make up for it through actually talking to somebody. If you're stanky though, you're starting off at like negative 15 as a point deficit, and that's a quite the point difference to make up when talking to somebody can get you at most 20 if you knock it out of the park.
I've never in my life been told that I smell bad. I don't think people normally tell other people that they smell bad. I think they try and avoid the topic. But if I did, I would probably be mortified. I'd probably go into a deep depression.
Yeah, yeah, it's a thing. But but yeah, I had in high school uh before I started smoking, my mother smoked heavily in the house, and it got stuck to all my clothes, and so everybody could smell it all the time. And this is right when smoking was starting to become taboo. And people would comment on the smoke smell to me all the time because they would at first confuse it for BO, and they're like, "Man, you smell really bad." Oh wait, that's not. It doesn't smell like sweat. What are you smoking? It's not me. They wouldn't believe me, of course, so I stopped caring. But I hated everybody in high school anyway, so no big loss. If you are willingly attending a tournament of other Yu-Gi-Oh players, unless it's your master plan to engage in psychological stank warfare, maybe consider a shower so you don't ruin your reputation with literally everybody there.
I don't know. Some of the things you've told me suggest that most of the time it probably is a tactic.
It
Like, I hate the card flicking thing because it's annoying. But I mean, if you reek so much your opponent can't concentrate and you are just totally used to it, isn't that a huge advantage?
it could be. I sincerely doubt most Yu-Gi-Oh players are smart enough to weaponize it like that, though.
I mean, provided that you don't have to get a judge to rule on anything, you should be fine. But then again, maybe in Yu-Gi-Oh, you always have to get a judge to rule on things because there's too much text on the cards.
Oh man, when right before I quit playing, they had something like 30 judges for every 100 players at tournaments. It was ridiculous because
How
they
can you maintain a sufficient knowledge base in your team of judges in order to actually judge Yu-Gi-Oh though? Like that just doesn't seem practical at all.
they had the equivalent of a college level test you had to take to get qualified for a judge, and it got updated with harder and harder questions every time the rules or new cards came out, and that would be about every 6 months, and you would have to retake it every 6 months.
This does not seem worth it at all.
No, I was a judge for a while. Got my judge certification because it came with perks at the local card shop I was at the time. And then even though I could have kept some of those perks like free judge packs and stuff, it wasn't worth it. So yeah, that's a thing. Take a shower, people. Don't take showers as much as Vol does. That's insane. But at least take a few showers.
It's not my fault. I didn't know it wasn't normal.
You are the only person I know that showers literally every day.
Sometimes more than once. Like if I actually go outside and do something strenuous, then I'll shower more than once. Like the one shower a day is the threshold for when I don't do anything strenuous.
Yeah.
If I actually have to go and do yard work, then I definitely shower more than once.
You generally will not catch me at 3 days no shower, but there will be 2 sleeps in bed before I shower in the morning before work. And
Well, I mean, if I was like that, then I would feel compelled to do my linens like every day, and I don't think I'd be able to survive that. So there'd be so much laundry.
yeah, I wash I change my bed sheets and wash them maybe once a month.
Yeah, I'm probably at least that lazy, if not more. But the reality is that I'm squeaky clean every time I go to bed, so I don't worry about generating more than the nominal amount of sleep sweat.
Yeah, I cannot wash my hair, however, very often at all because I was cursed with the more you wash your hair, the worse dandruff you get in my genetics.
I see. I
And
haven't been able to work out what my dandruff is attached to because it just seems to come and go whenever it feels like it.
it's especially bad at season change for me. But if I wash my hair, even with dandruff anti-dandruff shampoo, too much, like more than twice a week, I can make it snow just by rubbing my head.
Ugh.
So
Yeah,
I've
I've been through periods like that, but I couldn't work out what they were what they were tethered to. Like there doesn't seem to be anything in particular that's associated with me having bad dandruff. Unfortunately, my current problem is that my hair itself is falling out, and I have no baldness in my family, so it's probably just sheer stress.
yeah. If you maybe stop stressing out about needing to take so many showers.
Well, I don't generally stress about showers; they're automatic. What I stress about is the mad people at work.
Yeah. So yeah, that
I
was
need
a
an easier job.
uh. So shower frequencies aside, I thought that was just kind of a funny story. The girl was like, "No, y'all just stank. All stanky." So as a light news topic to float this week, What else do we have?
The article about Lunchables.
I mean, this one penetrated normie news in the U.S.
Like, I would not have posted it if it weren't for the fact that you basically live on them.
Yeah, so I'm not too concerned. Number one, this is a study, and I don't trust studies as far as I
Oh,
can throw
study.
them. Like,
I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't have made a note of it if it hadn't been something that you basically live on.
yeah, Lunchables are cheap. If you think about it too hard, very nasty. Stock lunches that are low in everything, but are filling enough to get you through the lunch cycle.
Alleged food.
Yeah. Uh,
Not confirmed.
yeah. Something. They're full of lead is what the study is saying. Dangerous
Yeah.
amounts.
I don't know what constitutes a dangerous amount. I mean, the thing is that lead doesn't cause acute poisoning, it causes chronic poisoning. So if you eat nothing but Lunchables for a year, you'll probably go crazy. But the odd Lunchable probably isn't going to do you too much damage, provided that you drink lots of water, so your system has constantly got flow through.
Yeah, and I drink too much water as it is.
You don't
So
want to drink too much water because that can kill you. Your kidneys can shut down and you'll die. So don't drink too much water, but drink a good amount of water.
yeah, I have a. It takes me a day or two to go through my little 2 liter bottle of water. Very. I used to drink a whole one
That
every
doesn't
single
sound
day.
like you drink. That doesn't sound like you drink enough. Like I would say that you probably need to be getting down at least a liter and a half or 2 liters every day.
But the that doesn't count any water I have with meals and stuff. That doesn't come out of my thing that sits next to my computer. But I used to go through like a thing and a half of this thing a day, and I have since cut my water intake back quite a bit because it was making me have to pee all the time, and I was waterlogged nonstop.
Man, I've gone through more than a liter of beer just during this show.
But but yeah, so Lunchables may or may not have lead in them.
I
But
expect that they've got a lot of things in them though. Probably microplastics or whatever is currently banned. Like
probably,
what are bad things at the moment are microplastics and seed oils.
yeah. It's
I'm not sure I understand the seed oil thing. Like I was raised to only use olive oil for cooking wherever possible, so I don't think about seed oils, but
yeah, it's not something I paid attention to either. But there's always some health scare going on. If I cared
my
about,
my favorite is eggs because depending on which decade you look at, eggs are either the arch enemy of all dietitians or a superfood.
yeah,
And
I,
this just goes back and forth
it,
from superfood to deadly to superfood to deadly to superfood. If you go through time, every 5 or 10 years it will switch.
yeah. You're not taking away my scrambled eggs. They're like the only thing I can consistently cook good that other people actually enjoy.
I don't buy eggs generally. Number one, eggs are horrifically expensive in New Zealand because non-free range farming was banned. Um, and number two, if I cook eggs, I can't cook less than half a dozen, or I will just be hungry afterwards.
Oh yeah,
So I tend not because it's expensive and I need heaps of them. I just don't buy them because it's not an economical food option for me.
yeah. I haven't been able to buy them lately because of price, but well, I mean, I could, I suppose, but
It's
I
because
can't.
they want you to eat the boogs.
Yeah, but it's eggs have been a staple food whenever they're available for me. I love cooking eggs. I love eating scrambled eggs. I really only like them scrambled, but I really like scrambled eggs.
Yeah,
So
I tend to eat what is very nearly scrambled eggs most of the time. Like I'll just like stir fry them.
yeah,
But yeah, I mean this is the grand crusade, right? Eat the boogs, live in the pod, suck the feminine penis.
and bet Fern's glad I wasn't there for that one. But we love you, Fern. Please come back. Um, but uh, but yeah, I'm just not concerned about any of these so-called health scares or reports. I sat through 2020 where every doctor lied through their teeth to me.
See, that's the thing that will get banned, us banned from YouTube. Not
I'm not.
not not not
I'm not
gags
saying.
about the feminine penis.
I'm not saying about what. I'm not saying how they lied to me.
Well, the
I'm.
thing is that the you say that they lied, but the reality is that most of them are just incredibly stupid. Like there is this delusion that doctors are smart. Like, depending on which your point of view you take, okay, let's take academic doctor. As somebody who's an academic doctor, I can tell you doctors do not need to be smart because I'm not, and I have a doctorate. If you're looking at MDs, MDs don't need to be smart. And the reason is that I took a second year economics paper in university called Game Theory, where they examine the way people reason and the way people come to conclusions. And in light of what is these days called game theory, which is basically about a way of working out optimums in decision making. And the standard person used to examine why game theory is important as a case study is doctors. Why? Because doctors are incapable of reasoning accurately. When presented with a set of data, they will draw the wrong conclusion, or rather, they will draw whichever conclusion they are encouraged to take by the person presenting it, because they are not taught to think critically about anything. They are, in fact, taught, based on the testimony of people that I know, to believe that they are God's gift to humanity. And that is what they spend their time being told in medical school, that they are better than other people because they have chosen such a noble and moral path for their career. And so they don't think anymore because they know that whatever they have, whatever they do, has divine sanction and they can just say whatever comes to mind and it will be okay. They are not intelligent enough to figure otherwise.
Yep. So any kind of academic study, any kind of doctor health recommendation. That's even before 2020, but especially after 2020. Uh, Grain of salt is too much for how much I consider it true. I assume it's an outright lie. I don't
Well, I mean,
care.
ultimately, it's a like a follow the money and follow the power thing, right? Like if there's a pathway to power that you can see through it, then that's what's the truth, as far as any kind of institution is concerned.
Yep.
They will not have any concern about reality. Like the pursuit of truth that's a religious activity. It's not something that materialism has any interest in. Why would it? It's not beneficial. It's like this is like the fundamental problem with atheism, right? Like the fundamental problem with atheism is that atheism is determined by means of reason, or so they claim. But there is no materialist conception of the development of the human faculty, which implies that truth detection is a survival mechanism. So the only way in which humans can believe to be capable of determining truth is if they were deliberately granted the ability to determine truth. Because from a naturalistic perspective, whatever will naturally occur will be that which is most likely to propagate itself, whether or not truth is involved. So, from a materialist perspective, truth is irrelevant. Only personal benefit is relevant from
Mm-hmm.
the point of view of the individual. So there is no reason to believe anybody who has no, preeminent desire to behave in a moral fashion is at all attempting to interface with truth in any way, because there's no motivation to do so.
Yeah. Especially when you're not going to get the funding to do these kind of studies or look into stuff unless there is some kind of money pushing it these days, and that has to come from somebody with an agenda.
Fern, come back.
So, there are fox totems behind my swing. Like she's setting up dominoes to push Nahida on the swing as some kind of elaborate trolling mechanism. Now you just put a spike through the swing so I can't swing. But yes. So where were we? Lunchables. Right. Probably BS. I
And, like, I only posted it because I find the very concept of Lunchables sort of weirdly amusing.
yeah, they
Because they
are
from the outside they don't look like food at all, but you put them inside yourself for some reason.
they are nominally edible, super cheap food you can get to just have something to stop your stomach from growling at you around lunchtime or in the evenings.
What I didn't understand is why this led to you bringing up Starbucks.
Oh, because I had my sister was talking to me about Starbucks at the time, so it was on the brain. And people go there every day and drink that stuff religiously, like my sister. I'm like, I bet it was
Is that
people like
actually a
you.
thing?
Oh yeah,
Like, what's this demographic? Is it like, is it, I don't know, stupid people? Like, I don't understand. Like I explained in our private show discussion channel, like I don't understand what the demographic is for Starbucks, because if you are a coffee snob, there is no way you would dare tolerate Starbucks.
no,
If you are a normal person, you're probably too poor to pay for Starbucks. So I don't really understand.
its demographic is exactly the stereotype you would think it would be. It is college age to young adult white women and or hipster hyper effeminate men that have way too much money and no sense at all. But they will go there religiously, and I guarantee you, somebody that frequents Starbucks was probably one of the people that was commissioned to write this stupid study about Lunchables. And whatever they put in that stuff they call coffee is, I guarantee, a gorillion times worse than whatever they're accusing of poor Lunchables of doing. Like, that's just gelatin masquerading as food. I know what I'm getting with a Lunchable. A Lunchable is a piece of trash that I paid $2 for at most. That is just going to make me be able to skip a meal.
Man, when you first introduced me to the concept of Lunchables, you said they were $1.
Yeah, now they're $2.
100% inflation is no joke, man.
Yeah, telling me. But they are still the cheapest meal you can reasonably get in a box that requires no prep work. So so yeah. That's that's a thing. I just don't trust these people. I don't trust any people anymore. But I haven't seen Nahida make the birdie before. But yeah. That is Lunchables. Do we have a more normal topic?
I don't do normal topics.
That was last week. Those were last week as newslets. So, try not to tangent on this one too much. We can cover it briefly because we've already. What's our timestamp at? Way too long. 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Way too long.
Uh, so MiHoYo has weaseled its way into the top 12 companies, private companies. Period.
Well, it's non-publicly traded ones, I think it is.
Okay, non-publicly traded private companies. Doesn't
So,
they using that coof money real good as far as making more of it's concerned.
well, I mean, their marketing is pretty incredible. Like, they had a bang a month with Acheron's launch, and if you look at gaming, they're number one. So on this particular list, let's just check. Okay, so the Huron Research Institute is basically measuring companies founded in the 2000s that are not on public exchange, and among those, MiHoYo is ranked number 12. And as an example of who are the higher ones, the top position is ByteDance, who most people have heard of, and followed by SpaceX, Elon Musk's baby, and then OpenAI, also Elon Musk's baby. A variety of others. If you narrow the discussion down purely to gaming, then MiHoYo is at the top. MiHoYo is at the top with 23 billion market cap. By comparison, the next highest games company is Niantic at 67 with 9 billion market cap. So that's a pretty massive lead. MiHoYo is fundamentally the largest non-publicly traded games company of its generation.
Yeah, and it's not even close. I don't even see. Is there even a Western? Oh, most Western
Oh, there are
companies.
some in there.
Okay, there's one.
Niantic is functionally Western, but there's a few in there. But yeah, there's not. Basically, they're doing gangbusters is the short version. They, from what I've heard, MiHoYo attempted to go public once before, but at that time, the only game they had was Honkai Impact Third that was doing really well, and Genshin Impact was actually developed, if I recall correctly, in order to expand their portfolio such that they could be publicly traded. They made different decisions going down the line, of course, but that was the original sort of impetus.
I see. So yeah, it's this throws some cold water on a lot of our hopes, unfortunately, I think, and then becoming as generous as the Blue Archive model, unless the Blue Archive model suddenly has a breakthrough hit one day that where the side games Pinecone Blue Archive style of very generous gotcha somehow finds a way to convert that into gajillions in cash. And
But they're printing money already, so
yeah. But yeah, and when it comes to these top evaluations though, and your value as a company, aside from investors, which are very helpful if your goal is to make bigger projects, I just don't really get the appeal of trying to get yourself that high on the scoreboard. Like
well, they
once
aren't really trying to get themselves high on the scoreboard. They're just trying to expand generally. Like you need to have a certain amount of base to work with if you want to go to publicly traded, and they have historically they could have gone publicly traded, but they haven't thus far, and that was a decision that they appear to have made.
oops.
But it the reason these rankings are done is that to some extent it is a measure of success. Like the wealth of a company is a measure of success. It's not the whole story, certainly, but you definitely have successfully pitched your product if you managed to get high on a list like this. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to continue to be successful or that your product is actually good or anything like that, but it does mean that you have managed to successfully implement something. And in this case, MiHoYo certainly has flourished as a company. If you look back to the early days of like GGZ and their really old games, and Fly Me to the Moon, the really, really, really ancient pre-Honkai ones, which are all technically still within the same universe. Technically, I think. They've come a long way.
Yeah. We'll see where they keep going. I'm in a weird spot with Hoyo games right now because I'm kind of in a holding pattern with Genshin where I'm still playing, but I'm not grinding it. I'm not prioritizing dailies or weeklies. But I'm not ignoring the game, and I'm still playing a little bit. It's not a pattern I get into with a lot of games, but for me personally, they're not going to be getting any money anytime soon because I don't have the primogems to do it to really start building up for anything, and I probably won't buy the next battle pass because
Well, I mean, what they're always aiming for with these types of tactics is for you to make it a way of life, right? That you just habitually spend money on it.
yeah,
That's what they're going for. But you basically don't represent the mean of the way in which people play game. Like
yeah.
you surely do. You don't think that your habits represent
No,
the
no, no,
average.
no. I'm more just parsing personal thoughts out loud. But it's it's there's an extra step removed from that too, where as Westerners, I'm not sure we can really understand the Chinese market and how how it because certainly, whoops, certainly most of this. Keep dropping my controller. I'm just gonna put it over there. You can stare at Nita. But I cannot, as a Westerner with no cultural point of reference, understand how well MiHoYo has penetrated the Chinese market and how much the games resonate with them, and how they've managed to strike a balance either in story or gameplay or characters that really just sits with them and makes them want to log in and keep habitually playing and spending money. Because the mentality over there for how they treat video games seems to be radically different than the West, to such a degree that it's very hard to comprehend as a Westerner.
Yeah, they do represent the larger portion of the amount of money that is spent, but as much money is spent in the rest of the world as is spent in Japan, as we saw when we looked at the sensor tower data in China, as we saw in the sensor tower data. Like whatever they're doing over there adequately works in the rest of the world as well, despite the cultural differences.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, I've spent quite a bit of money on battle passes and things. Like I said, I bought Stellar Jade for Star Rail before the rollover for the anniversary, so that I got the bonus. And I don't have any deep regret of doing so. I might have a little bit of regret of doing so because that Stellar Jade is sort of sitting in the bank. But I know that the Fushuan banner is coming up in a month or so, so it will get blown then probably. But yeah, it's I don't really mind rewarding the game, because even though I know I can see the ways in which it's predatory and the tactics that are used, but they've still made a very solid game, at least as far as Star Rail is concerned. I haven't seen the parts of Genshin that I feel are going to justify its position as a really important game in any way, but I still certainly have had plenty of fun just sort of dicking around in it. um
We are literally
the
sitting on top of a mountain of a trolling fox lady sitting on a swing set.
but the it's I'm not like running out to give them my money, but I think that I wouldn't trust any game that had me feeling that way.
Yeah.
Like I'm actually happy with, because I'm reasonably well off for a single person. And I mean, I don't know that I'll ever have a house because the economy has imploded, and I think that might just be the cost our generation has to pay for being born at the time we were born. But the, I'm generally quite well off. A little bit of luxury spending is not going to kill me. So I don't mind spending money on video games. I would not trust a game that was constantly begging me to spend money on it, but I've had to adapt to some extent to games moving on to this model, like I did with PSO2 and so on. I preferred the old school way of doing things, like Final Fantasy 14 and World of Warcraft, where you just got everything, provided that you were going to pay a sub. But it's not the way things are done anymore,
Yeah. Even
and I
even single
can't
player
do
buy it
anything
once
about that.
games, they're still either got live service elements tacked on or DLC out the wazoo.
Yeah, I really don't. I understand games that have like sort of internal progressions where you're doing character builds and that sort of thing, like, and the game is an ongoing story and there's lots of different characters and you can build different teams and employ different strategies and that. Like, I can sort of see in some ways the logic behind the battle pass. Something like when you describe to me the Grand Blue versus Battle Pass, I don't really understand it.
It's
Like, I
just
don't
it's just fluff.
really understand why.
There's no reason to buy it unless you're really into the game, because it's just fluff. It's just cosmetic stuff at best. It is it's a thing I buy because I enjoy the game a lot, and so having little cosmetic flourishes like the battle pass weapons on my characters, or the character skins, or the unique illustrations for the loading screens, or little stickers to put on my badge. That's all not really worth very much. Probably less than I pay for the battle pass, but it's I enjoy the game enough that I don't mind supporting uh Arc System Works and Games for this, and I want to encourage the gameplay decisions anyway. that they made with uh Grand Blue Fantasy and Versus.
I mean, I feel like you've got a somewhat skewed perspective because of your past. Fundamentally, my past is not spending any money on video games. Fundamentally, your past is spending a gajillion dollars on League of Legends.
Yeah, and that's a big regret. But my perspective has shifted now to I spend money on games if I'm actively playing them and enjoying my time playing them, or if I just want to support the developers for the game. Those are the one of those two criteria has to be met, and I just kind of treat the extra money I may spend on a game I've already paid full price for or whatever, or not paid anything for in the case of games like Genshin or Blue Archive, as like that slot where I would put the $15 a month sub from previous games back when we would play like WoW and stuff. That said, I'm still letting my Final Fantasy sub keep on rolling because I don't want to lose my house. Do you have any idea how many hours it took me to get those waterfalls lined up? No, no, you don't, because you weren't there. But it was painful. Not doing that again.
Right. Do we have any other news? I can't think of very much. The only one that I sort of really noticed is the Crunchyroll being Crunchyroll. Um, you know, there are Hatsune Miku concerts, right? And the
Oh,
traditional
yeah, I saw this headline.
format is a glass screen on which Miku will be projected as a hologram. So it gives a more similitude to the idea of an actual performer on stage. Well, Crunchyroll just substituted a television.
Yeah, the hologram is kind of part of the Miku concert aesthetic, kind of important to the whole experience. You know, when I thought of a Miku concert, I thought of the dumb little hologram, not a TV screen.
Yeah, and the thing is that they're accepting large amounts of money for tickets to this sort of thing, and people were willing to pay that because the Miku hologram concert was a thing. Like that was it's iconic in its own way. Anybody can watch something on a TV screen, a flat LCD screen at home. We've got them. We all have them. Nobody doesn't have one. Them. Every single person in that audience has one.
Not a whole lot of people got a hologram tube.
But it's Crunchyroll. For some reason, that just makes it more Crunchyroll.
Yeah, well, we saw what they did to Pinecone. Uh, I I want to have more energy to bash on Crunchy every opportunity we get, but I'm just not surprised when they do stuff like this anymore. Whenever
Yeah,
Miko does an
I just
emote, her
don't
feet twist.
I don't understand how it is that Crunchyroll don't realize that they're literally setting fire to goodwill moment by moment in everything that they do.
Yeah, maybe when it comes to stuff like Pinecone, I get the feeling that the developers of Pinecone and the localizers were totally blindsided by higher ups' decisions, and the higher ups may just be totally detached from everything, and that's why they make so many dumb decisions. Because even for a California company, Crunchyroll is exceptionally stupid with a lot of their decisions, and the only explanation is that I can think of, because you can't breathe if you're as dumb as these people sometimes, is just a total detachment from the consumer base from the higher ups, because they were still announcing stuff and getting people excited for upcoming things in Pinecone literally until a week before the announcement of the server closing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how the organization is for the studio team responsible for localizing a gacha game, but there's clearly I think that my instinct is that the organization, like the overall structures at Crunchyroll are just a total clown show.
Yeah,
Like they don't know what they're doing. They're a mess. They're a disaster. They're a bunch of political ideologues who are masquerading as normal people.
yeah. Even if even if you take it outside the political aspect, which while I'm sure exists, they also are probably a structural mess in general because of how many times Crunchyroll has acquired and been absorbed and uh, had its position as a company changed, both within itself, with who it owns and who it's owned by. That I bet it's just a total train wreck when it comes to company structure.
Yeah. Well, other than that, like I think that that's about it, and I need the bathroom. So maybe we should round out the show.
All right, so we are still sitting on top of this thing because we ran out of homeless people to kill. So maybe we should set the homeless limit if we do another lap around Inazuma again next week.
Well,
As
we could have always just gone. We could have always just gone to my world and continued.
I suppose,
They're all
but
still alive in my Inazuma.
they'll be back in mine in a day. Don't worry. You can't ever get rid of the homeless. So
It's like Christ said, the poor will always be with you.
yes, usually not brandishing swords and coming after everybody that moves, but Inazuma's got special problems. So, all right, folks. I think we're done unless you got anything else to add.
Nope, I need a trip to the bathroom very urgently.
All right, another long show. Fern, come back. We miss you. We need you.
He promised to be back before the end of the show. No, he didn't. He hoped blindly that he'd be back before the end of the show.
Yep. And we will see you next week. Sayonara. Bye bye.